Somali and his two buddies were taken down by one Korean dude, a literal line of other Koreans formed, asking to fight him next.
Hi,
Check
Plukster.
your Instagram DM. Let's find me. I will kill you.
If you're in a 20-mile radius to where I live, be prepared to see me.
Until a Korean Navy SEAL went out and actually found him in his hotel.
I shouldn't smile at that. It's just like he found him like within 24 hours of.
어디가?
He's gonna hit him. Right?
And now YouTuber Rotten Mango decided to cover the incident. But to explain the significance of this is on YouTube, she has nearly 4 million subscribers, with 1.8 million views on this video in the first week. And even though I've seen similar numbers recently, Rotten Mango, or Stephanie Sue, is in the top 100 on Apple Podcasts, and even ranked number 17 on Spotify with the second most watched true crime podcast. So even though me, Asmon Gold, and Abba and Preach have received millions of views covering Johnny's descent into internet obscurity, we all kinda sit under the same umbrella online, sharing much of the same audience and repeated viewer. But Stephanie Sue in the Rotten Mango podcast introduces Johnny's crimes against Korea to millions of other more offline people, which is only going to apply further pressure to the Korean government to do something very uncharacteristic and absolutely throw the book at an American, as something like 16 years in prison is on the table. And although it seems silly that a podcast documentary can actually impact the outcome of a court case, just remember how R. Kelly's crimes were basically an open secret for several decades until Lifetime made a documentary about him, reminding the public to demand justice. As this even has NBC News reporting on Johnny Somali, or Ramzi Khalid Ismail, with Dexerto stating he's facing up to 7 years in jail for sharing AI-generated content, putting his previous actions under a microscope, which now may actually lead to terror charges. I hope those $3 super chats were worth it, as he's been basically begging for international notoriety, and now he's put both himself and South Korea's justice system in the spotlight. So if they want to avoid advertising themselves as spineless jellyfish to the international community, further inviting more unemployed behaviors to plague their streets, they're gonna need to lock up Johnny for a very long time, as those videos might actually be his final goodbye to the internet. That's why it's great we have the sponsor for today's video, Raycon.
I don't know.
With Black Friday and Cyber Monday shopping coming up, everybody's trying to get a deal, as the holiday season is always a little more expensive than we'd like. So Raycon's everyday earbuds are already half the price of the other guys, but right now, Raycon is giving their Black Friday deals of up to 30% site-wide. And you know I've been using my Raycons for a while now, as their awareness mode is perfect for when I'm outside listening to inflation still tips that get iraycon.com/decoy voice today.
Use his code decoy voice
And get up to 30% off site-wide. That's
One
up
of your
to
best friends
30% off
is a
everything
deputy
on Raycon's
district attorney
website
that
when you
does
go to
murder, so you get to hear
buyraycon.com/decoy voice.
the details
Now, the
that never
beginning of
come
the
out.
end for him began when he was literally being hunted during
No
his live
way.
streams. So he switched to live streaming inside what appeared to be an empty room until internet sleuths caught a brief glimpse of a blurry pizza box.
Isn't he not allowed to talk about that stuff? Isn't that like against the rules? What happened here? What is happening? Lacoon Pizza? Wow. No way. I just like that's so cute.
Able to identify.
It's raccoon with an L. That's
the Koreans
just...
even further. They caught a reflection of the room off his cell.
Like that's like when I went to Jamaica and the water bottle said "Wata" on it. Like no lie. So cute.
Identifying a particular exit sign and an internet cafe monitor, as the chat filled with messages stating they knew where he was staying. As shortly after that, that Korean Navy SEAL found him in the street. But luckily for Johnny, the local authorities were nearby to rescue him.
My hat. 자, 이쪽으로 오세요. 거기
arresting the Korean UDT SEAL that showed absolutely no remorse.
Well,
야, 굿나잇, 소말리. 굿나잇. 굿나잇.
And to my understanding, that guy had his bail, luxury hotel, and upcoming legal fees crowdfunded, as he's basically seen as both a local and international hero. Just
Wait,
as I predicted
you
would
never say
happen
anything,
years
but he
ago.
uses you
So
as
being afraid to
devil's
live
advocate?
stream anything but audio,
That must be
he's
fun,
resorted
to
to
be
essentially
honest.
hosting conference calls on X, as these could barely gain a couple hundred listeners, which is a huge drop-off from his thousands of video views and the millions of people who would tune in to see him find out.
If you
Which
sleep
again
wrong,
was another
like,
one of my predictions, that he
damn,
would
it can
slowly
really
slip into
F
internet
you up.
obscurity, as he provides nothing of value other than internet fame and fortune for whoever can find him in the streets, or for insanely famous podcasters that make thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars off of. As I imagine she'll get at least
Wow.
3 million views, showing a new side of the internet, exactly why he's despised by everybody else.
And he starts stripping off his shirt. He's trying to dance all up on this female figure, rubbing baby oil onto her, and the Koreans are screaming at him in Korean.
And to make it worse, that statue is supposed to be of a kid, which may make his dance a much more serious crime. So at least to Johnny Somali, worst case is he streams that garbage to a couple thousand people on the shadiest streaming site online and nobody notices. And best case,
it's
I
made it
guess,
so
is
you
he's
can't
featured
really
on the
watch
number 2
NCIS
crime
or similar
podcast
shows
in the
because you
world.
know how
Then the mainstream
unrealistic it
news
is.
media picks it up, and now
Damn.
you're going viral for making a video doing very
It's like
suggestive things.
it's like me with VFX, like knowing how how things are done. It kind of takes away from like the immersion of like
to
films
a
and
statue
TV and
of a
stuff.
kid that was specifically made to
But not
commit
always. Not if it's done well, then no. And I'm sure same for you if the writing is done well on a show or movie or something. But like when the VFX are bad, it's just like.
commemorate how
But you know what? I'm one to talk. Like it's not like I could do any better, okay? But I at least can see like
foreigners committed S crimes.
I like to think I
against
have an
kids.
eye for detail.
So he thought he was being funny to idiots online when he was really reopening one of the most
Keandre,
sensitive
how
issues
are
in South
you?
Korean history, and now making it about him.
Yeah,
And speaking
well,
of sensitive political issues,
you could
after
say,
he was
like,
streaming alongside some girl,
CGI,
recording
you
himself
could say,
vandalizing
like,
another
more
guy's
like
home,
VFX.
Johnny later displayed to
I
his
feel like
live
CGI is a little bit more 3D related, which I did a little bit of, but I mostly did compositing.
stream
2D
AI
stuff.
generated
It Factor Scott! Oh my gosh! Thank you. Thank you so much for the sub. How are you? Thank you for 64 months. Holy moly. I hope you're doing well.
generated videos of him hooking up with a female streamer, which violates a brand new bill specifically made to charge people
cousin
with those
is CGI
videos
for Hollywood,
up to
but now
7
lives in
years in
Vancouver?
jail. So
Really?
some Korean politician is
What
about
does
to
he think
boost their
about
entire
Vancouver?
career off this incident.
When did
as
he
there was
move?
never a worse time to be this ignorant to local
Or
laws.
she.
And I don't think Johnny's intentionally speedrunning going to prison.
Oh, he was a compositor
but if he
also
was,
for
I
Hollywood?
don't think he would do anything different. As Dexerto previously
And then
reported,
moved to
he was
Vancouver,
facing
and
10
what-
years in
and then
jail,
what
which
did he do
started
in
from his
Vancouver?
first charge of causing a commotion in a convenience store that, in comparison, was one of his more milder offenses that he recorded himself committing.
stupid. You. You Chinese.
But just
He's
like in Japan,
terrible.
he'd been bothering their citizens for a while, until the authorities arrested him over something simple as trespassing into a construction site. Now, the Japanese made the mistake of letting him off easy, believing his lies and just deporting him. And the citizens are already seeing the effects of allowing foreigners to completely
What have I seen? What have I
disregard
seen?
your
What has he
culture,
worked on?
Which is why I think Korea
What's his
has to
IMDb or
absolutely
her?
throw
What's
the
his
book at him,
IMDb?
as
You
not
can
only
whisper it
did
to
the
me if you don't want to
entire
share
world
his
see
name.
some idiot twerk and pour
Oh,
baby
no.
oil over a statue of a little girl.
Actually,
but
if you want to share the link, you'd have
violate
to
a
whisper it to me
brand new law
anyway.
specifically made in response to public outrage over deepfakes. This case is becoming so high profile that if
Hello,
they don't imprison him for
Bezos.
at least
Sup
half a
with the girl,
decade,
Hunniebee.
they're basically
How are
broadcasting not
you?
only to Koreans, but the entire world that their laws actually don't mean anything. And other streamers know this, as Legal Mindset is begging people to come forward.
For example, the people that he sexually harassed, you need to go file a complaint. Right now, the system looks at how many charges are there. If this guy gets 10, 20 charges against him, he's screwed.
As the convenience store wasn't the only place he bothered workers, he also bothered other streamers, he bothered random buskers, he and his stupid Korean friend bothered random girls in the streets.
Hey, girls, you gonna be on stream? Why for a stream?
Even following them into stores.
Why did she ran back in the store? Bro, well, I'm about to crash out. I'm about to crash out. This your friend right here?
And shouting at old ladies just begging for change.
That is way too... What is wrong with people?
As much as I think Johnny and
Sheesh,
Johnny
what is
Jr. are
wrong with
losers,
people?
I think that Korean dude that follows them around for secondhand clout is the most pathetic person I've seen on the internet. So I feel no sympathy for him, as he may have legal issues of his own, and he's pretty much earned it. Hanging out with a guy that literally despises his entire existence.
I like to make content that makes people violent.
You're doing
I hate
amazing. You
Asians.
just
I
got
honestly-
home from
I
the
think
gym.
all Asians need to be
Nice.
exterminated.
Eating
Somebody
and
please put
drinking
something
your
in
protein
the
shake.
Which this too turns
Seeing
out to be a
what's good
crime
with
in
the
Korea,
internet,
punishable by
and
up
you
to
have to
7
go to
years in
bed early
jail.
tonight because
On
you have
top of the
work in the
time he went into
morning.
their subway system,
Oops.
broadcasting that he has a
You can
device.
whisper it to me.
나에겐 폭탄이 있다. 나에겐 폭탄이 있다.
Which again violates local laws that could get him an additional 2 years in prison. So Dexerto said 10 years in prison. My math here adds up to 16, with
You want me
some
to
people
delete
even
that?
saying 29 years. But I guess the sentence length is irrelevant when Korea had an over 99% conviction rate. Now I understand long prison sentences isn't
Do you
as
want me
common
to
in Korea,
delete
but
Oops
the
Shot
justice system
too?
is more of a deterrence for future offenders
Shot.
than rehabilitating previous offenders. So this particular scenario has zero drawbacks.
One sec,
you
guys,
can
one sec.
imprison someone for several years, then
Hello?
immediately deport him back to his home country.
one sec.
And although incarceration is incredibly expensive, it just might be worth the worldwide headlines of "Do not f with Korea." We got military-age men that'll beat you up everywhere. We got high-speed internet to live stream your beating from every angle. Then we let you rot in a box over laws you never knew existed. And that message is priceless. So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on exactly why you need to protect your country's culture before it's too late.
Sorry about that, guys. Did you know that woke OnlyFans stuff is wrong? Female lions go hunting. What do you mean? Patchouli. What do you mean? You whispered it, and we'll be shocked if you haven't seen more than a few of those. Hi, Woodfast, the infamous BRB screen. What is he punching? What is that? Your viewership is very important to the stream, please. Stay online and streamer will be back in a few moments. Woodfast, that's so nice of you. Thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you for staying. Those of you that did, I really appreciate it. I had my mom was having some technical difficulties with streaming her show, so I had to go help her. But yeah, so I'm gonna check out. All right, who's seen The Jungle Book? Live action? Yeah, live action. I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it. It's complicated. Who's seen It's Complicated? I haven't. Hangover Part 2. I've seen it. I've seen Waco. Waco, is that how it's pronounced? I've seen Waco. Very cool, very cool. How many? 61, nice, 61 credits. And you know what? I'm sure that this is not even everything that he's worked on because IMDb doesn't even know everything. Unless he like filled it in, but very cool. I mean, like, there's so many. There's Peter Pan. Wait, which one? He worked on my favorite Peter Pan, my favorite live-action Peter Pan. That's so cool. So, like, I'll Be Home for Christmas. Was that with, wow, that Jonathan Taylor Thomas, I'll Be Home for Christmas. So that was like one of his first major things that he worked on. That's so cool. This movie came out in 1998. Pretty sick.
Am I the only person that finds the craze surrounding Taylor Swift to be completely bizarre and not organic at all? Now, for those of you that are living under a rock, Taylor Swift is currently holding a series of shows in Toronto, and it seems to be the only thing Canadian media are able to actually talk about right now. It is dominating life in the city. Politicians, the police, the media, the institutions in this country
I haven't even heard about it until now.
Taylor Swift and pushing this popularity at a rate and at a pace that is completely strange to me. I find it very bizarre. The city has quite literally come to a standstill for Taylor Swift because the police decided to provide a motorcade for Taylor Swift to drive down the Don Valley Parkway in the middle of rush hour. Not only that, for the past several days, the Toronto police have essentially been providing free advertising for Taylor Swift. They won't be able to stop you from having your car jacked, but they will stop you.
Like, honestly, I feel like Taylor Swift is like some kind of brainwashing puppet used by the governments. Because, like, I mean, they tried, and the American people knew better. But, and now it looks like they're trying it. What, are they going to try it here in Canada now? They're going to try the same route
on rush hour to drive Taylor Swift into the Rogers Centre. Furthermore, the city of Toronto
and like so many Swifties, right? But like personally, hot take, and this is my personal opinion, don't get offended. But like her music is so blah. It's so blah. Like I don't get it. I don't get the hype.
So
but you know, to each their own. I never really did care for like the pop. I never really cared for like mainstream pop, I guess.
Swift way during her concert. Oh, and get this, they actually were able to forcibly remove homeless encampments near the Rogers Center during the Taylor Swift concert, just so that all the people that would be coming into the city don't have to see the homeless people who live outside the Rogers Center every day. They've put them up in hotel rooms at our expense, and we'll bring them back as soon as all the Swifties leave town. Surely I'm not the only person who thinks all of this is just a little bit strange for a pop singer who, let's be honest, does not really produce top-tier music. All right, before we get into the show, be sure to drop a like on this video. Help us out by subscribing to the True North YouTube channel. And the comment question for the episode is this: why are Canada's institutions pushing Taylor Swift so much? Let me know your answer in the comments below, and let's get into it. Afraid I have to show you these clips you're about to see in order to bolster my argument. So my apologies in advance. But this bizarre and very strange Taylor Swift craze begins back in July, begins several months ago, when the city decided to rename city streets to Taylor Swift Way. And just look at this video from
I'm sorry.
A grown adult.
I'm sorry. They want to get rid of like actual street names because like they're too white or whatever. But then they're gonna go and rename a street Taylor Swift. Like, make up your damn minds. Like, these people are so fake with their virtue signaling. So fake.
Woman who represents people in this
Canadian government, and like, they think changing street names and orange t-shirts and land acknowledgements, they think that's gonna do something when the real things that need to be done for Indigenous peoples of current day are not being done. Anyway, I'm going on a tangent.
A politician speaking in the City Hall chambers announcing this motion to rename city streets.
For real? You're not a big fan of her?
Firstly, I want to say welcome to Tayloronto. And it's been a long time coming, and we are ready for it.
Did people gasp? Like, did people clutch their pearls? Like, did you seriously just say Tayloronto?
As we know all too well, Taylor Swift is coming to Toronto for a fortnight for the Eras Tour.
Look at the guy behind.
He's like, 6 concerts this
are you serious?
November, and it is an opportunity for Toronto to show off our great reputation and our place in this world.
I'm guessing all of those were references to Taylor Swift songs, because this woman is behaving like a child, but she's actually supposed to be the deputy mayor of Toronto.
After Taylor Swift makes sparks fly.
So what do you think? Like, they talk a lot of talk, but they don't actually make a difference, do they?
And the whole place shimmer at the Rogers Center in a concert that Swifties will remember forever and always. Fans will need to calm down and walk along the honorary Taylor Swift Way to have their photos taken with the Toronto sign's 7 letters lit red in her honor. It's our way to show Taylor she's the one we've been waiting for, that she has brought us much happiness, and that we will love her evermore. And the motion also asks the general manager to report back on the Swiftonomics of the event.
The Swiftonomics. The Swiftonomics of the event. They're going to have the city general manager waste their time to produce a report about the Swiftonomics of the Taylor Swift concert.
Including the
is my tax dollars going into this shit? Is my tax money seriously going into this bullshit? Sorry for the language, but what the fuck? I did not vote for this shit.
Federal government.
They say democracy, but you don't vote on anything other than who's gonna make all the decisions in your life for the next however many years.
I have a shirt to welcome her to Toronto.
You're Mexican? You were born in Central California?
Welcome to Toronto A. And I'm hoping she'll be inspired and wear this.
First of all, that's not how you use A. Okay? That's not even how you use A. This is the cringiest thing ever. Look at the guy behind her. He's like, oh god, like, why do I have to be on this side of the camera today with this woman talking about what she's talking about, and I have to act here, I have to sit here and pretend like this is a serious meeting we're having. This poor guy. Yeah, I would do
during
that
the
too.
song
Like
22, because she always changes the logo on her shirt.
This is not like a normal person. Can we all agree with that? This person has been, you know, swept up in some social contagion regarding
What
Taylor
about the
Swift.
Canadian mayor
Clearly,
that
this is not the
smoked crack?
behavior of an adult.
Let's let me chat GPT that.
And my favorite part about this video is the mayor's staff member in the background. This guy in the back corner who just, his reaction gets progressively worse as this woman's Swiftie screed continues to get worse. It's just unbelievable stuff. Pathetic, really. And sure enough, you know, that was back in July, so we knew the Taylor Swift concert was going to be a complete disaster and cringe fest.
Was it Doug? Or who's the brother? There's Doug Ford, and then there's the other Ford, and one passed away. Who's Doug Ford's brother? Rob Ford. Okay, so I think Rob Ford passed away. Rob Ford passed away in March 2016. What is the smoking crack scandal involving Rob Ford? So that's involving Rob Ford, the mayor who passed away, and he was Toronto's mayor, I believe, from 2010 to 2014. And the scandal emerged in May 2013 when reports surfaced about the existence of a video showing him smoking what appeared to be crack cocaine. The video was allegedly filmed in February of that year, and initial reports were published by outlets such as Gawker and the Toronto Star, based on journalists who had seen the footage. Initial denials. Rob Ford initially denied the allegations, calling them false and refusing to step down as mayor. Police confirmation. In October 2013, Toronto police confirmed they had obtained a video consistent with the reports following a surveillance operation involving Ford and his associates. So they were spying on him, it sounds like. 50% native and 50% European? Woo! That's a cool mix. I know it's not cool to be European, or it's not cool to be, you know, it's not allowed, or we should be ashamed to be European. But whatever, I think it's a cool mix, so I can say what I want. It's my channel, and if you're offended, I apologize, but also check your feelings. Anyway, I don't know why I'm talking like this. Public admission in November 2013, after months of denial, Ford publicly admitted to smoking crack cocaine, but claimed it occurred during a drunken stupor. Council action. The Toronto City Council stripped Ford of most of his mayoral powers following the admission, although he retained his title as mayor. Personal and legal fallout. The scandal drew international attention with Ford's erratic behavior, including profane outbursts and public intoxication, further damaging his reputation. Despite the controversy, he remained popular among the segment of Toronto voters. Really? I think I was not really interested in politics when this was going down, but I remember hearing about it. The scandal significantly impacted Rob Ford's political career and overshadowed his mayoral achievements. However, his populist appeal endured, and he became a polarizing figure in Canadian politics. His brother, Doug Ford, later rose to political prominence and is currently the Premier of Ontario. For more detailed coverage, sources like the Toronto Star, CBC, and documentaries such as Run This Town provide insight to the scandal's events and its impacts. Impact. no, I believed you. Like I just couldn't remember like which Ford it happened to exactly. Like that's all. But yeah. Actually, and was Rob Ford part of the Liberal Party or Conservative Party? Rob Ford did not formally align himself with either the Liberal Party or the Conservative Party at the federal or provincial level in Canada. He was officially an independent politician, but was known for his populist, fiscally conservative approach to governance, which aligned more closely with right-leaning ideologies. During his time as a Toronto City Councillor and later as mayor, Ford focused on cutting government spending, lowering taxes, and reducing bureaucracy. His policies and rhetoric often appealed to voters who favored smaller government, leading many to associate him with the values of the Progressive Conservative Party of Ontario or Federal Conservative Party of Canada. However, municipal politics in Toronto are officially nonpartisan, and Ford did not formally represent any political party. I didn't know that. I did not know that. That's interesting. From... sorry, if it's not Taylor Swift, then it's Beyonce, and neither puts out good music. I think Beyonce puts out better music than Swift, but it's still nothing that, like, I would put on any of my playlists. Like, I've never put a Beyonce song on a playlist, unless she had a Christmas song, but I don't even think she has any notable Christmas songs. What is this Pepe eating? Ew, he's vomiting. Okay, never mind. Interesting. Love how you started looking into the topic. Yeah, because, well, I just wanted to, you know, make sure I knew what I was talking about.
For everyone living in the city who has to put up with this nonsense. But then on the first night
like, I knew about it, I just wanted to make sure I didn't say it was, like, Doug who did it, or, you know what I mean? Like, or I just wanted to make sure I know who was who, you know.
The concert,
and then I go ahead and read, like, everything that ChatGPT has to say.
We learned, actually, that the eastbound DVP at rush hour, one of the busiest highways in North America, was going to be shut down
the DVP,
for
wait,
Taylor
what?
Swift. It was going to be shut down.
They're going to shut down
so
the DVP.
Taylor Swift
Whoa, hold on.
That was back in July, so we knew the Taylor Swift concert was going to be a complete disaster and cringe fest for everyone living in this city who has to put up with this nonsense. But then on the first night of the concert, we learned, actually, that the eastbound DVP at rush hour.
Eastbound DVP? That's not a thing. Does he mean the gardener? I think he means the gardener.
One of the busiest highways in North America was
eastbound?
going to be shut down for Taylor Swift. It was going to be shut down just so Taylor Swift could get to her bloody concert.
I think he meant the gardener. Cause the DVP doesn't go east, and also like DVP is not downtown like this.
And the Toronto police gave her a motorcade. Taylor Swift happens to be the world's largest celebrity polluter, and it's pretty clear why. Not only does she fly around the world in her private jet, but she also shuts down the DVP at rush hour so she can get to her concert on time. But leading up to the concert, we learned that the city of Toronto actually can clear homeless encampments when it wants to. It can clear out the homeless people when it wants to on behalf of Taylor Swift, a foreign entertainer.
And she does. Did he mention like she takes private jets everywhere? And we're supposed to be like not. 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 We're supposed to we're supposed to be, what is it? Lowering our carbon whatever emissions? And you're gonna fly people in here? Like nobody should be having concerts if the planet is doomed and the climate is so effed. Nobody should be having any concerts. Right? But then that's like lockdown totalitarianism type shit. But it's also, it's like, I don't know. Make them pay the taxes. Make them pay the carbon taxes then. They're using the carbon the most. Why do we have to pay carbon taxes?
Not, of course, for the people of Toronto who have to put up with it every single day. The city of Toronto cleared out homeless encampments around the Rogers Centre and put the homeless people up in hotel rooms for the duration of the concert series, and they'll be let back out to go right back on the street. Hey, isn't that exactly what Gavin Newsom did in California for Xi Jinping? He cleared out the homeless people in San Francisco so Xi Jinping's motorcade could drive through San Francisco and not see all the homeless people. So we're giving Taylor Swift the Xi Jinping treatment. Okay, totally normal. Totally normal stuff, right? Look, it just keeps getting more bizarre. During the actual concert series, the Toronto police were basically putting on
passion and
a
drive.
show.
Love how you carry
Their
yourself.
horses, which are
so much,
ceremonial,
Kizo.
I'll give them that. They're not really used to enforce the law. The horses
like to
were
learn.
wearing these friendship bracelets. That's not
I like to learn, I think. I do like to learn. Not I think, I do.
not really that important, and, you know, it is what it is. But what was very strange was
is a
that
Netflix
they
and
kept
sniff
tweeting
Canadian
about
Buzz
the Toronto
Thursday.
police chief and handing out friendship bracelets at the
Yes.
concert. What is the police chief doing at a Taylor Swift concert when violent crime in the city is out of control? When people are having their homes broken into and cars broken into? Like I said before, they're not going to stop you from having your home broken into by burglars, but they are going to stop you on the DVP in rush hour. Thank God we know that Myron Demkew is doing a good job promoting the Toronto police at the Taylor Swift concert for a bunch of 16 and 17-year-old girls. Like, is this normal? That on a flight from Edmonton to Toronto, a flight full of Taylor Swift fans, the
You don't
flight
like Gavin
attendant
Newsom?
plays Taylor
Me
Swift
neither.
music over the speaker system?
Woohoo to my Swifties!
I would like in game hang myself if I had to be on a flight like this. I would hang myself in game.
The Eras Tour? Woo!
Can you imagine if you were on that flight? I mean, I would lose my mind. I think I would.
This shit is some like I think they use this crap to like brainwash people. I'm so proud of America that they didn't fall for this crap.
I would lose my mind. I don't think they'd let me off that flight, actually. Okay,
Taylor
come
Swift
on.
is 34
can
and
we
no
admit
man
that
has
that
put a
is
ring
not
on it.
normal?
That tells you a lot about her. Her men are not men. Or she might be a closet lesbian. I don't think, first of all, what does that say about me? Guess who farted? You're like, first of all, you're generalizing, okay? But I know that people talk about like how she's always like going from guy to guy or whatever. Is she okay? What happened?
Off that flight, actually. Okay, come on, but can we admit that that is not normal? This is what I think was described as mass formation psychosis
No
back
idea.
during the pandemic. The way that people are swept up into
That's
this
sweet, Queso.
into this craze, and it
Dates
acts as a
meant to
social
use them
contagion.
to write songs
This
about
is
them. Plus, she
exactly
went
the
to
kind of thing we
many
saw during the
Yeah,
pandemic.
that's okay. I can't remember if she was like a part of the Diddy stuff, but that's another issue. Is like after all the Diddy crap, like why are people still propping her up like this? It's very
another thing
weird.
that-
Like it's giving like It's giving brainwashing tool. It's giving brainwashing puppet. It's giving like, oh no, this failed in America. Let's see if it works on Canadians. There's a lot of Canadian Swifties out there. Let's see if we can wrangle them up. Make sure they're, you know, nice and brainwashed. Let's do concerts. Because we have an election coming up soon. Oh man, if they use her in some way, like is that allowed? That can't be allowed. Because she's American, but I don't know. I have no idea how this
Just shows
crap
you
works.
how
I guess
ridiculous
we'll see. Time will tell, and I'll be here to cover it.
this Taylor Swift
Hopefully I'll
craze
still be
really is
I will be.
the number of people, really not smart people, let's just call them that,
Swift went
falling
with
for
Drake
ticket
to these
scams
Diddy
and
parties.
spending tens of thousands of dollars for Taylor Swift tickets from scammers. So desperate to see this 35-year-old middle-aged childless woman perform on stage that they lose their
Why do they think that's a diss?
critical thinking skills and end up buying tickets from some shady website which any normal person, any smart person would know is fake. One Taylor Swift ticket scam artist made $70,000 off of idiots trying to buy tickets from her. One Burlington mother spent $3,000 on 4 tickets only to find out that it was a total scam. And she's now created a contact form for potentially other victims, other people who are not very smart. Let's just call them that. I don't want to kick them when they're down.
Look what I have, guys.
Over this Taylor Swift ticket scam, and she estimates
Potato
that close to
skins.
$300,000 has been taken by scammers over these Swift tickets. And Six Buzz is reporting that an Ottawa family.
It's times like this that I'm glad that I don't care for, you know, concerts like these, like this expensive, you know? Looks like bacon. Yo, Burger King, how's it going? Burger King hat doge. You love potato stuff?
Has been scammed out of $22,000.
Oh my god! You know what? The other day I was in a thrift store and these 2 girls were looking for an outfit for this concert, actually. They were talking about it. I wonder if they were scammed. I hope not. But like, who was scammed? Ottawa Family Heartbroken. Like, if they scammed, how much did they?
After trying to buy $100,000 has been taken by scammers to 300, and she's now created a contact form for potentially other victims, other people who are not very smart. Let's just call them that. I don't want to kick them. It's that claimers family has been scammed out of $22,000 after trying to buy Taylor Swift tickets. Call me a conspiracy theorist, call me a tinfoil hat wearer, I don't care. Something about this Taylor Swift craze just doesn't seem right to me. It screams mass formation psychosis. It reminds me a lot about living through the pandemic.
What happened?
It would be one thing if the music was actually...
Wait, this is her reaction to Taylor singing Exile. I mean...
It would be one thing if
I mean, it like meant something to her. Like, that's... I'm not gonna make fun of them enjoying the concert.
Music was actually good, if the songs were memorable, if they made an important cultural impact, but they're not. It's just classic pop music nonsense. This is not the Beatles, although they're certainly not the best either. It's not Zeppelin. It's not Rush.
You go to concerts that are reasonably
mainstream
priced.
institutions in this country just can't seem to get enough of her.
Where to
All right, everyone,
rage
that's going to do it
against
for us today.
You went to Rage Against the Machine and Wu-Tang and you paid like 170 USD for a VIP ticket. Wow. Would that still be her reaction if the camera was on? Good point, Radicus. Good point. Also, why is she so far? Like, is she even at the concert or is she just like sitting outside? She's not even at the concert.
Pandemic.
Maybe it's because she couldn't be. Maybe she couldn't get a ticket. So, like, it's extra emotional.
Fringe. Justin Trudeau has tried many things over time to try and sway the public back to believing that he actually gives a crap about Canada, that he really has our best intentions at heart, and that he's actually going to do something when it comes time to fixing our economy, fixing our country that he's broken, trying to make
This
everyone...
is kind of boring. It says, Trudeau removes GST to buy votes. GST is like 13% tax on everything you buy. So after 9 years of this 9 years of this guy in-game allegedly, now he's gonna remove GST? Either GST or HST. Which one is 13%? How much is GST versus HST? Oh, sorry. GST is 5%, and then HST, which is like a tax that pretty much only what Toronto has, or Ontario, I mean, 13 to 15% on like everything you buy. How ridiculous. Provinces with HST and rates. Ontario, 13%. Nova Scotia, 15%. Newfoundland and Labrador, 15%. New Brunswick, 15%. Prince Edward Island and PEI, 15%. GST only provinces. Alberta, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Yukon. Other provinces with separate taxes, British Columbia, Manitoba, Quebec, and Saskatchewan. So wait. Ontario has both, right? Ontario has both GST and HST question mark? Oh. Okay, so we only have HST. So he's getting rid of GST and that doesn't even affect me. Okay, got it. Got it, okay. Taylor Swift is not in the top 10 artists ever, not even the top 100, maybe 10,000. On your list, or you're saying in general?
Hi, yeah, when I was real little, maybe 7, 8 years old, in the middle of the night, something woke me up and I sat bolt upright in bed. So I get up and walk over to their sliding glass door, not knowing what drew me there, and about a foot or two outside of the glass.
Yeah, she's no Beatles Elvis Queen, no.
Orb.
Definitely not.
It was like gaseous, just kind of roiling in the air in front of me. And it was very bright.
Twin Tower!
And I just remember thinking, what in the world could this be? I don't remember anything after that. I don't know how I got into my bed after that. All I remember is waking up in the morning in my own bed and just thinking, gosh, that's...
Folks, welcome back to another episode of Debriefed. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we're going to be taking a look at the infamous Immaculate Constellation documents that were provided to Congress during last week's hearing. Now, some of you know I was actually in Washington, D.C., and attended these hearings in person, got courtside seats somehow, looking like a season ticket holder in Rayburn office. Special thanks to Jesse Michaels for hooking that up. I spent a lot of time with him and Amar from Yes Theory. And I'm sure you guys are familiar with American Alchemy, but that channel is probably the premier voice in UAP information today. And not just UAP, but consciousness. And like he has some really interesting conversations with a lot of people. He's an incredibly intelligent person with a big heart. I could say the same for Amar. Both of these people are genuinely amazing human beings, and I was so glad to be able to spend some time with them. And if you would like to see what we got up to, I am currently editing a vlog from my time in Washington during the hearing.
You have to take a
I
shower.
didn't want to post it to the main channel because it does seem a little vain. There's no real information other than, you know, what you saw on the C-SPAN feed, but it does show a little bit of behind the scenes of what went on that day. And if you guys are interested in that, as well as my thoughts on the UAP hearing, I'll upload that to Patreon and to YouTube memberships. And to be a part of that, all you have to do is click the join button under this video to become an intern at Area 52, which instantly grants you access to 50 plus. With the article in 2017 in the New York Times about, you know, the Tic Tac and the gimbal and all that stuff. I got to perform magic to her. I got to perform magic to James Fox, who is an amazing director and possibly, you know, the person putting out the most. Shows these orbs to be dripping some type of substance.
Whoa! We got new footage, guys.
These orbs to be
we got never before seen. Okay, we've seen the jellyfish.
be dripping some type of substance. Upon further inspection, the naked eye can't pick up these things dripping anything, but infrared shows them dripping something. We've heard of these dripping orbs before. Lou Elizondo talked about it on Jesse Michaels' video. Chris Bledsoe talks about it in his book, UFO of God. We have 2004 taken from a police helicopter of a similar
what is that?
UAP dripping something. These UAP that I referred to in Afghanistan were also shot at by the military. And here's a video of that.
Chinese
They don't move
balloon?
at all.
Whoa.
Like, not even a bit. They don't budge.
Whoa.
They just keep on going about their business.
No way.
Not even a bit.
Look at that.
And here's a video of that. They don't move at all.
Oops.
Like, not even a bit. They don't budge. And they just keep on going about their business, dripping away. So when I hear that there's certain wavelengths,
You think this is real?
Dripping away. So when they don't.
I mean,
budge,
like,
and they just keep on going about their business, dripping away. So when I hear that there's certain wavelengths or sensors that can only detect certain wavelengths that are picking up different imagery than the naked eye can, I think that's very interesting. And Lou Elizondo even said infrared is a very interesting technology that we should be looking into. So the first example we have these like paragraphs describing what these sightings were, or these incursions or whatever they were. But then we also have a sort of table that breaks down the characteristics of each of these sightings. So we'll go through these simultaneously. First one is from CENTCOM, a cuboid formation of metallic orbs, okay? On U.S. government networks, there exists daytime full motion video and daytime FLIR footage of a formation of
FLIR
12
footage?
metallic orbs skimming the ocean surface at high speed before dispersing in multiple directions.
We are
We're talking about
investigating.
the
Well,
ocean again. I didn't want to bring up,
I just wanted to see
you
the
know, the
new
4chan
Did you
whistleblower
see
but anytime
did you
I'm
see this
hearing
swoop
ocean
fast?
and leaks that was shot in
Okay, those look like
Afghanistan, I
balloons.
believe 2013.
But that looks
Of
interesting.
multiple orbs hanging in the air, and the infrared
My face?
shows
Wait,
these orbs
why?
to be dripping some type of substance. Upon further
They're
inspection,
not hot. They're a little
the naked
bitter
eye
though.
can't
They're potato
pick
skins,
up
right?
These things dripping anything, but infrared
Look.
shows them dripping something.
They're gonna shoot
We've
them?
heard of these dripping orbs before. Lou Elizondo talked about it on Jesse Michaels' video. Chris Bledsoe talks about it in his book, UFO of God. We have 2004 taken from a
You thought my
police
lip was burned
helicopter
where?
of a similar UAP dripping something. These UAP that I referred to in Afghanistan were also shot at by the military. And here's a video of that. They don't move at all. Like, not even a bit. They don't budge. And they just keep on going about their business, dripping away. So when I hear that there's certain wavelengths or sensors that can only detect certain wavelengths that are picking up different imagery than the naked eye can, I think that's very interesting. And Lou Elizondo even said infrared is a very interesting technology that we should be looking into. So the first example we have these like paragraphs describing what these sightings were, or these incursions or whatever they were. But then we also have a sort of table that breaks down the characteristics of each of these sightings. So we'll go through these simultaneously. First one is from CENTCOM, a cuboid formation of metallic orbs, okay? On U.S.
We have a guest. How does this work? I've never done this before. Oh, I did it on the wrong screen. Hello. Hello. How does this work? Hello?
Oh, hello?
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I did this on my laptop. So I've never done this before, the collaboration thing.
Oh, yeah, no, they're cool. Wait, you're streaming off your laptop right now?
No, I'm not. That's the problem.
How did you accept that on your laptop?
Because I was on the Twitch app, like the stream manager. It's just like another spot to see the chat.
Guapo, thank you for the follow.
Hi. So what's up?
I'm mad nervous right now.
Why?
Oh, I'm mad ugly right now.
Can they see you? Can you guys see anyone? Hi, Colin. Oh. Uh-oh. Something's happening.
Oh, no.
Well, thanks for the collaboration. Wait, who was that? MJM Sound. Thank you for the collaboration. I'm sorry that I screwed it up. But yeah, I've never done a collab before, so I don't even think they were able to see you. You guys let me know. How you doing, Colin?
Government networks, there exists daytime
tweed with an evening chiffon. Sorry, I just had to say it. Somebody, it's just an inside, it's just like some YouTubers thing they always say, but anyway.
And daytime FLIR footage of a formation of 12 metallic orbs skimming the ocean surface at high speed before dispersing in multiple directions. We're talking about the ocean again. I didn't want to bring up, the 4chan whistleblower here, but anytime I'm hearing ocean, my ears perk up. What did he say those metallic orbs were? He said they were hammers. He said there weren't any metallic orbs, by the way.
It's my glitter lips filter, by the way, Wootfast.
Skimming the ocean surface at high speed before dispersing in multiple directions.
I love my glitter lips.
The rapid and agile maneuvering of the metallic orbs were incompatible with known aerospace vehicles and were between 3 to 6 meters in diameter. So that's about 10 to 20 feet. All right. So these things were pretty big, 10 to 20 feet. Imagine seeing 12 of these. Just like being shot off, like that's. I want to see that video. And when they say metallic orbs, so my guess is that they weren't emanating any type of light. They were just like metal,
there's no video.
Kind of like
well,
the
there.
Mosul
It
orb,
sounds like there's a video.
In the opening
but...
segment of this footage,
okay, there's
12
footage.
metallic orbs flew in a tight cuboid formation So they flew as a cube. The metallic orbs were in 3 vertical square formations of 4 orbs each. Yeah. Arranged in a 3-pronged configuration, creating the illusion of a cube shape at a distance. All the orbs were white hot, against the black, cold ocean.
MJM, thank you so much for the follow. You're sorry the Wi-Fi went out. No worries, MJ. It's okay, because I didn't even do it on the right spot. I have my stream going on my PC, and then I have I just have the stream manager on my laptop, and so I hit collab on the laptop, and then I realized, is that even gonna work? Because I probably should have done it here where I'm streaming. But yeah, motivated. How you doing? MJM, how are you? How's it going? I've never done a collab before, so I wasn't sure how it worked.
Ocean in the FLIR footage. Okay, in the FLIR footage. So they were emanating heat. Interesting.
What's this? What's this?
Partially reveals.
Normally I would watch this all the way through. This is stuff I watch when I go to sleep, but I just thought it was interesting to go over at least the footage with you guys, because nobody wants to believe me when I say UFOs are real.
Intelligence analysis associated with this event specifies that the equilateral triangle is a reproduction vehicle, and concludes that the vessel must have been aware of the RV's frequent use of those coordinates due to foreign prepositioning of advanced collection assets at the exact same time and place. After a brief period of hovering and slowly rotating approximately 500 to 1,000 meters above the ocean, the RV suddenly disappears
all
and
night?
the footage ends. How they know it's an RV
doing
is really
news about the war all night. You sincerely won't have a nuclear war. I really hope not.
Okay.
What's
So
going on with that?
ESG networks again.
Let's take a break and see what's going on with Ukraine. Meant to put that in YouTube.
Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he tested a new intermediate-range missile in a strike on Ukraine. The new attack follows Ukrainian strikes on Russian soil this week that used U.S.-made long-range missiles. Our Charlie D'Agata is following the conflict from the Pentagon.
U.S. officials tell CBS News that the missile that struck the eastern city of Dnipro is what they described as an experimental intermediate-range ballistic missile, and it's the first of its kind to be used in this conflict. And Pentagon officials said this afternoon Russia had warned the United States before firing that missile through nuclear risk reduction channels. So initial reports out of Ukraine described it as an ICBM. President Zelensky himself saying that the missile had the same kind of parameters, speed, altitude of an intercontinental ballistic missile. That's, of course, a concern because of the range they cover in a short period of time, and that they're capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. Not that this one was, but U.S. officials said they had warned Ukraine and allies in recent days that Russia was likely to test a new weapon, and Russia only has a handful of these weapons. In a nationally televised address today, Russian President Vladimir Putin confirmed that Russia had launched a new medium-range ballistic missile, these are his words, with a non-nuclear warhead. And he warned there would be more on the way. U.S. defense systems
MJM, I'm giving you a follow back.
And Russia would give advance warning before the next launch in order to avoid civilian casualties, he says. So he said it was in response to Ukrainian strikes inside Russia using U.S. and British-supplied longer-range missiles. He had already changed the Russian nuclear doctrine, lowering the bar to use nuclear weapons in self-defense. The decision to allow Ukraine to use those U.S.-supplied ATACMS, followed by the British version, the Storm Shadow, came after more than 10,000 North Korean troops entered this fight alongside Russian forces in the Kursk region, U.S. officials say.
Did you guys know that North Korean soldiers joined this fight? What the heck?
Fronts. This conflict is now escalating, now more than 1,000 days.
Isn't that crazy, Renaticus?
Scott?
Charlie D'Agata, thank you very much.
That's crazy. Manpower, but this ballistic missile, it's like an escalation. Yeah. I mean, the escalation, it's been escalating. Like, each time something happens, it's an escalation, right? So, like, they did this escalation after the UK and the US's escalations. And why is everyone escalating?
Just when you think that things are...
Sorry, one sec, guys. Super Garbage Boy, did you know that North Korean soldiers are so inept that they were shooting at Russian soldiers in Kursk? Really? You know, everyone has different political opinion, but do hope Trump would bring peace as he claimed. Me too. It's just a shame that they have to escalate it before Trump is in office. Like they want to leave it, like they want to leave everything a mess before he enters. I mean, you know, allegedly.
Research. Research has shown that students who use voucher programs to leave a public school and then attend a private school do worse academically. Inequity.
But where did you go to school?
That's
but
not,
then didn't you get to go to a private school?
Here's
Yes.
what's
And
interesting, and they need to be able to pay the balance.
No, it's the taxpayer dollar flowing, and that's what a voucher is. It's not paying it.
No, there is no last thing right now. We're going to go to break, and then we're gonna come back.
The women on The View are fighting again while the left just continues to implode from within after Trump's amazing victory.
North soldiers are like, they're all white. How am I supposed to know who's friend and who's enemy? Or like, yay, I finally get to shoot this thing and maybe eat food later.
In general, because Sunny Hostin, out of every single co-host on The View, has been freaking out.
What I heard is that they all got addicted to pornography because they never had access to like the internet before, and now they do. And I mean, just something I heard. I think somebody in the chat probably said that to me. I don't know.
Since her Ho-in-Chief didn't win the presidency.
But
we'll
I don't
right
know, guys. I don't know.
Make sure you like today's video, subscribe. I post 2 new videos every single day.
And what happens with vouchers, the studies show very clearly that they fund students who are already attending private schools. So people with money get those vouchers, use the vouchers to pay less for their private schools, and their kids go on to do well. Where do you get the money from vouchers? You pull those money from those poor schools, poor schools. Let me just finish this. So wealthy families are overwhelmingly the recipients of school voucher tax credits. I'm not making this up. This has been studied. In 2020, a 2020 study found that only about half of states with voucher programs require teachers to have a bachelor's degree, require teachers to have training, require teachers to have licensing, require participating private schools.
If I may get in, just to make it a conversation.
But because I have children and because I looked at
I went to public school. I believe you got to go to private school.
Did she just say, I'm a mom, so shut up? Or like, did she just like say she doesn't have an opinion because
you got to go to private school. Because nobody can figure out what's being said here right now. No, there is no last thing right now. We're going to go to break, and then we're gonna come back.
So if you've been following along, basically, Sunny Hostin is going against charter schools and school choice
North
in
Korean
general
soldiers,
because she
I
doesn't
don't
think
wanna
there's
F
any net benefit to
the
anyone.
war. I want
She
to
thinks
F
it's
some
taking
real
away
women.
from public schools. So
How about
she
this?
just
That's
is saying all
hilarious.
these
How about
things
this?
so that
Teachers
there's
are
no
vastly
benefits at all
underpaid
from school
everywhere and
choice.
make that a priority.
And Alyssa has to fact check her and kind of call her out because Alyssa said, hey, didn't you go to private school? You got that luxury? Because Sunny Hostin has like no like stats or anything really to back up what she's saying. She's just, you know, talking based on her lived experience. So Alyssa correctly and validly like totally calls her out on this BS, like, hey bitch, you went to private school, you had that luxury, not everyone else can afford that, so this is better that the tax credits can follow the students. Let's get back to it because it gets heated. And by the way, if you like videos like this, make sure you subscribe.
Recently worked on the DC Opportunity
This
Scholarship
is
program
Isabella
when I was working
Moody
in Congress. In that program
on
alone, which is a
YouTube.
charter school system, it experienced a 21% increase in graduation rates. There are conflicting statistics, but according to Morning Consult, the majority of Americans support health savings account, vouchers, and the taxpayer money following the students. It is my belief as somebody who grew up in the public school system, believes in it, and was grateful to be in a really good school district. If you're in a school that's falling behind and your parent wants to give you the opportunity to get a leg up, your tax dollars should follow you.
Question, but you're a school charter person, and this is part I don't understand. Doesn't it come down to less the result and more the choice of isn't the fight for the parents to say they choose it? Is that what most people are supporting?
It's simply that a parent should be able to make the best choice for their student. But I also think that there are schools that are falling behind. It doesn't mean they don't deserve education, but I don't think students should be victims of a falling behind school. Their life is at stake in it, their future, their earning potential.
But see, you went to a good school. I wasn't in a good school district. That's the inequity.
But where did you go to school?
Doing pretty good, Stacey. Thank you.
In the South Bronx projects. That's
but then didn't you get to go to a private school?
Here's what's interesting.
And as you see, like, notice lately, the tensions between Alyssa and Sunny have just been increasing day by day. Yes, everyone on the panel hates Trump, of course, but Alyssa is just like a never Trump Republican, whereas Sunny Hostin is like a freaking major race hustler, racist, you know, just woke, like the wokest of them all. So obviously they're going to continue battling it out. And I don't like Alyssa. I don't like how she betrayed Trump, but I do respect her for calling Sunny out on her BS, okay? Gotta give her some credit.
I do want to be very clear-eyed about the policies.
Clear-eyed.
So the last point that I was going to make is there is zero statistical significance that voucher programs improve overall student success. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Research has shown that students who use voucher programs to leave a public school and then attend a private school do worse academically. Your education should not be tied to where you live. Should not be tied to your no.
Yeah, that's literally what the main argument for school choice is. Sunny has no idea what she's talking about. She's only basing her views off her little lived experience of being a privilleged woman.
Oh, it's actually not, because
it is. It literally is, Sunny.
That is the argument for busing.
But what happens it's an argument for busing, not school choice, because what happens is when you live in an impoverished neighborhood like I lived in, you do not get the funding. The funding under a voucher program is taken away from your school and given to another school.
But on the flip side of that very same argument is why school choice advocates say your zip code should not determine your outcome. You should, there's this great school, Duke Ellington in DC. It's a performing arts school.
That's a great
It brings
school.
kids from parts of DC that are falling.
Wait, did you just see Joy's face? Hold on, I need to show you guys this again. Joy's like, huh?
These kids from parts of DC that are falling behind, but if they can get in, they're performing arts school. It brings kids from parts of DC that are falling behind, but if they can get in, their life can be completely wonderful.
But you just said the magic word.
Well, they need to have parents who are involved. They need to,
well, not even.
And they need to be able to pay the balance.
They can't.
No, it's the taxpayer dollar flowing, and that's what a voucher is. It's not paying it.
Schools, people have to pay attention to our kids, and they don't.
What a easy cop-out of Whoopi to say that, oh, we need to pay attention to our kids and no one's doing it. It's like, no, you don't have anything of value to actually say in this conversation, so you're just going to say a blanket statement that obviously everyone agrees with. It's lazy to say the least. So Whoopi actually had to cut off the segment because it was going too long and getting too heated. So let me take you to what they say after the break.
We're all here at the table.
Yes.
And we're having a conversation.
Yes.
And we're going to go back to it. But before we do, I just want to say, this is the beauty of people who have different opinions. Sometimes it's messy. Sometimes we're messy. And I don't know if you noticed that when I came out this morning, I had trouble trying to figure out because there was nothing in the thing. There's something in the air. So just know something is too.
Yeah, it's called you're just stupid.
Bring on.
You know what's in the air, Whoopi? Trumpism. We lost the election.
It's always Trump's fault.
Always. Classic.
Wait a minute. We lost the election. We're miserable. Half of this.
You are miserable. You're a bunch of miserable, ugly women. Besides Alyssa. Alyssa's pretty and the blonde's kind of pretty too. I'll give her that.
Country is miserable. And let's just tell the truth. We hate that he won. We hate it.
The blonde is like this, like, oh
they're
no.
honest about their hatred for Trump. They don't pretend to be
She
unbiased.
said it.
Or, you know, gotta give them.
They
a
need
little
to stop
credit, I
saying
guess,
it.
which I kind of hate doing.
They need to stop saying it because he's gonna be the president next 4 years, ladies.
And everybody's uptight and crazy right now.
Well, then I'm going to say to that machine over there, you stop blaming me. You do what you're supposed to do. You bring up the words I need to say. So what I need to say is we're going to go back to the convo that we were having.
Must we? All right, go ahead.
I think I'm over it. I showed you guys everything you needed to see. I really hope you enjoyed today's video. If you did make it to the end, make sure you comment an orange heart for
Opinions
the
versus
algorithm.
facts.
It really helps
Hi,
boost
Justin
it,
Guy.
and
How
I'll
are
see you guys
you?
next time.
I just got here again, but I have a theory on The View. Hi, McCoys. What's your theory? What does that even have to do with anything? I don't even know, just... It's always someone else's problem. Trump bad, haha. It was started by Barbara Walters, right? And she was a respected journalist who wanted to retire to a cozy daytime job. Okay, I remember Barbara Walters. I remember her when she was still on TV. Who is this? Anyone know who Alan Lichtman is?
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Okay, so I have to say I didn't care too much about Alan Lichtman ahead of this election. I'd heard of him before, his 13 keys, interesting, cool, great job, buddy. I just instantly move on with my life. But now, I mean, this is a major focus for me because this is a full-blown meltdown. Alan Lichtman is not okay. And so all of a sudden, Alan Lichtman and his precious 13 keys becomes an interesting subject of conversation. It becomes news.
I have to admit, goes too far with the tanning.
I mean, maybe that's what he's looking for. He's loving the negative press. He's finally getting his name out there.
So
but the
you
question
think
is,
you think in her original contract, it was a clause that they couldn't hire anyone smarter than her? But she was smart, but after years and years of being contractually obligated to hire dumber people, kind of like taking a photocopy of a photocopy, they're all contractually stupid? No way. Although Barbara Walters was pretty smart, she seemed, from what I can remember, like well educated and all that good stuff. Now it's just orange man bad. That's it. Let me see if there's what else I want to watch. What else I want to watch? They definitely don't reward common sense on that show. No. Today, it's stupid. Like, the bartender from Star Trek is in first chair? The bartender from Star Trek. What's, Let me see if I can remember. Oh, you're talking about... Let me see if I can remember his name. Are you talking about Deep Space Nine? Knock. No, that's the kid. Let's see if I can remember my Star Trek lore. Next Gen bartender. Hold on. Oh, Whoopi Goldberg. Guinan. Yeah. I forgot she was in that. Guinan. You know who I was thinking about? I was thinking about the Ferengi. What's his name? Deep Space Nine Ferengi. I was thinking about this guy, but I don't even know if he's a bartender.
When the producers of Star Trek The Next Generation began developing a spin-off series in 1992, they knew they wanted this show to be different. They were motivated by a combination of executive direction, Paramount Chairman Brandon...
Quark! Thank you, Renaticus. That's the one. Quark.
It's obvious that Shimmerman is trying
We were talking about Quarks yesterday. Was it yesterday? Was it Tuesday? Dang it.
Do something different with the character. Unlike most of the Ferengi we've seen previously in TNG...
I think he was a bartender, but his main thing was to like con people out of money, right? I loved Deep Space Nine. I actually liked it a lot. I think it was my favorite. The wannabe crooked guy, the Ferengi, yeah. And then Guinan. Next Gen. Not as interesting of a character, but it's Whoopi, so that was cool.
There is no more.
Well, it was cool before Whoopi was like, you know. Far left, where I don't have any problems with Whoopi, but I feel like she's had kind of some scandals lately. I don't know.
I wish there were. I wish I could prove it.
Like, this was good, but like sometimes a little slow.
And they will die moments after they return.
You're gonna slap the table and then talk really calmly right afterward.
How can I ask them to sacrifice themselves based solely on your intuition?
I don't know.
Gag reel.
How do you feel about it? I feel really silly. My foot! Danger for my foot!
Oh no, he hurt himself.
Action.
What is wrong? Whoa, what's wrong with you?
I know what you're planning, sir. I will not be surprised.
What are you talking about?
Worf's voice is crazy.
That's great. That's great.
You know who got hurt? What? The lady, she broke her pelvis or something doing a stunt. Trump was in Home Alone 2? no way. They don't make movies like this anymore.
Excuse me, where's the lobby?
Down the hall and to the left.
Thanks.
Ha ha ha. Landon, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, goat. The goat. He ran a bar and was like a wannabe black market that always failed. Oh yeah. Libs are so deranged over Trump, they literally sometimes edited him out of the reruns of that show. No. She peaked at Sister Act. Who did? Was okay as the coach. Oh, Whoopi. She peaked at Sister Act. Was okay as the coach of the Knicks. Didn't she have a movie where her dog played basketball? She's not smart. Oh, Dr. Beverly Crusher was a smoke show back in the day. But he gives the directions to the lobby. Kevin would have been lost forever. Hey, Marcus, how are you? Haha, Trump was in Home Alone 2. They edited him out. They shot Home Alone 2 in one of his Trump Towers, probably one of his hotels or something. Trump back then was probably a he was, yeah. Yeah, he probably was at that point. The 90s, yeah. I think up until 2004, if I'm not mistaken. Sadly, they don't. Goat. Trump was a Dem for a long time, and while he was a Dem, he was allowed to be in movies and have TV shows and such. Yep. And then as soon as he's running for president, oh, he's Hitler. He's the worst. He did all these evil things. Now that we have Musk, etc., billionaire, maybe they'll fund a less crybaby version of Hollywood. That would be cool. Less crybaby, but also less PDF file infiltrated also, right? What you really miss from Hollywood is movies like Matrix. People used to dream about future and the concept is deep, which makes you actually think about these possibilities. Yeah. You can only like make, I don't know, I feel like at some point you're gonna run out of ideas, no? For movies? Maybe not. Like AI, is it necessarily good or bad as those bots in the movie? Yeah, I don't know. Got a bunch of racist people following your Twitch stream today. What the heck? Jumped in the Discord and started saying a bunch of crazy stuff. You have to lock up your Discord. You have to like make it so that people can't just join. Though Twitch was really liberal? What do you mean? Hey, Odin, how are you? They clearly have run out of ideas. Let's see. You're not American, so Canadian, but you don't know if Trump was either prior to 2020. There wasn't really a word for libertarian like Tulsi. I think independent. He was, I think he was Democrat and then independent. And then the only reason he's a Republican is so that he could run for president, because he wasn't able to as a Democrat, or I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. That's what I say, but I should probably look it up. what I do know is that the Uniparty doesn't want him there. Allegedly. That's just sad. Some people are just bored and think it'll be funny to act that way. I bet it's not really racist, bored 12-year-olds. Some people are very malicious with that kind of stuff, though. Twitch and TikTok are still quite liberal. Probably so. I guess you weren't around for Ron Paul in 2008. He was great and a libertarian running as a Republican. The word for people who want less government and has always been conservative. Oh, really? Is and has always been conservative. Very much so. Okay, Trump has changed parties like 5 times. Because according to Musk, Twitch has gone from like 75% libs to 52% libs. You're not impressed with Twitter much, but it's good news for sure. Yeah, the word was independent, but prior to 2020, that just kind of meant crazy post-Civil War. Really? So for 100 years, there wasn't a good word for people in that space. Oh. Donald Trump knew about the secrets of the Dems and then became a Republican. He converted to rid the wokeness of the liberal left before it destroyed our country. Yeah, you think? You're the very few who stream on X? Oh, you stream on X, really? Do you stream at the same time that you're streaming on Twitch? Well, X really wants to take off, so maybe you'll get extra support that way. That would be cool. Which departments are worth keeping, though? Which departments? I don't know. It sounds like they want to do an overhaul of everything. You meant Twitch? Trump wanted to run as a Democrat, but it was Bernie versus Hillary, and he couldn't get to the primary, so he ran as a Republican. It wasn't partisan politics, it was just reality. There you go. Why can I not say Twitter to you? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? So far, you've had little to no success there yet, keyword yet, on X. So, I think X is still not there yet for a video. Maybe for lives. But you know what's interesting, Marcus? I find, like, when I'm on X, I would rather be in an X space than be watching a live show. I don't know what it is, but there's something about people talking to each other about Matt Gate resigned. Let's listen.
Because the way that algorithms work, and no. She has to disclose that she's working or disclose that she's being
Matt Gaetz resigns, selective prosecution, Pete Hegseth, R-word allegation.
I think it's just another intervention on free speech. You're right, that's the interpretation of the law.
So this is different, obviously, to having like a show, like a live show.
Say things that are false constantly, whether on behalf of Russia.
It's not about false, not when you're talking
but if
about
you're looking,
technology.
if you're looking to grow on Twitter, people who run spaces, they get a lot of followers and stuff like that. So like if there's a topic that you want to talk about and invite other people to talk, like people basically they, you know, put their hand up. I'm sure you know how it works. If you're going live on Twitter, I'm sure you know how spaces work. But let's see how many followers the host has. This host has 40K. Not bad. And then co-host has 21K. And then even just sitting in a room, sometimes I'll have people follow me. Like I'll just be sitting in here and But I know that's different than having a show. But I guess, like, I don't know. That's just from my perspective. Personally, I don't go to X to, like, watch somebody live. Although I did watch, what's her name? Amala? I did watch her live the other day, though, on X. So, you know what? You do you, boo. No, I'm having an allergy in my eye. Silent majority, as Trump once put it, he knows damn well where his votes could come from. Does he really care about the country? I'm not sure, but he's a good businessman who knows how to seize the opportunity, that's for sure. I think he does care about the country because I feel somebody like Trump has a lot of pride, and he doesn't, and like as president, he doesn't want to feel embarrassed of his country. He's too prideful for that. So he wants to make, so that's the way I see it. Whereas many politicians are not prideful of their countries, and they don't give a crap if everyone's living in tents and everybody's poor and all. They don't give a crap, and they just go and do their own, you know, scandalous things. So that's what I feel from Trump, is like, when he says, you know, he's very harsh the way he says some things. Like, he'll say, like, what does he say? Bring the third world, become the third world. Like, he'll say stuff like that, right? But even though that's not a nice thing to say, it shows that he wants to keep the country, you know, nice and not falling apart and stuff. I don't know. That's the vibe I get. What do you guys think? Yeah, you multi-stream usually to Twitch, YouTube, X, used to on Kick, etc. Wow. What happened to Kick? Trump made his final switch to Republican in early 2012. Okay. Honey, because you said something about Twitter to him, but said Twitch instead. Got it. Then you corrected yourself. Got it. 4 Republicans wouldn't vote for him. He wouldn't have been able to get in. Terrible. You don't use socials often, but you don't sign into X to watch anything. It's like quick headlines and reactions about trending stuff. If it's an allegation, why do people claim it's true? Which one? An allegation is equivalent to an accusation. Not quite. What do you guys think? Yes or no? Because he isn't a typical politician, Gates was becoming a really bad distraction for Trump. Okay, can I just say, like, I thought that was very boss of him to step down because of the distraction. Like, whether or not that's why, or no, if that's why, like what he said, like, it's becoming too distracting, and he wants Trump to, like, be the best he can be or whatever. I thought that was pretty boss, but I don't know anything about that guy. So, but yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Who cares if someone says the R word? The majority just elected a convicted felon who has said far worse. Yeah, but he doesn't go on Twitch. If he did, he'd get banned. So that's why I cover up some words. Sugar baby, sugar bar, super garbage, sorry. I screwed up your name. It's mites in the eye, lashes, not allergies. It's not mites. It's not mites. It's cat allergies, okay? I hope it's not mites. Convicted. You know what? If I had like eyelash extensions, then like maybe, but no. I don't think so. Targeted up and made up felonies just for him. Convicted by lefties. Yes, Trump cares about the country. We conservatives elected him as such. Democrats attacking Trump in such stupid ways is part of why USA voted for him. Most in USA aren't fooled by the liberal games. Read his plan for the country. He's starting a deportation operation. I heard about that. You feel bad for CNN brainwashed people in need of therapy over Trump. A mass deportation and the military would get involved? Didn't he say like, deport yourselves or else? Because maybe not Trump, but the guy that Trump put in charge of like the new borders are or whatever. Didn't he say something like, if you don't self-deport, then you'll never have a chance to come into the country again? So I wonder if that is going to convince anyone to self-deport. What do you guys think? No, the new borders are said that. I believe it was him, I believe. It's not a nice thing to say, but it's a true thing to say. The way he speaks is what kept us at peace under him. Mass deportation will only need the military if most won't leave on their own. Most will leave, though I'm sure without us forcing it. You think you agree with me about motivations? Trump seems like a guy that prides himself on winning and being on top. He's crude, but most politicians make $100K and barter for money behind the scene. He seems like the opposite, who has money behind the scene and is potentially crude in public. Yeah, I agree with this. I know I tried looking into businesses that would be a necessity for deportation and their stocks are already way up. Too late to buy in? Wait. That would be a necessity? Oh, shit. Not insulting Trump. To be fair, we don't know what kind of person anyone is unless we spend... Exactly, we have no idea unless we spend a lot of time with them. It's just your observation without being affected by mainstream media. You've been brushing it off our shoulders. Just finally said I'm tired of it. Allegation and accusation, same thing. Nah, I don't think so. I think allegation is like... Me, for example, me saying there's UFOs in the sky allegedly versus it's like an accusation. It's like you're sure, right? But when you say allegedly, some people are sure, but some people are not sure. Maybe they're inclined to believe it's true, but they're not really sure. Whereas when you're accusing, I feel like you're more sure. What do you think? Or am I just trying to be too detailed? Honey on Gates stepping down. You think so? Matt Gaetz, if that's spelt right, was a nightmare because he was a boss in holding up the congressional chair vote. Trump streamed his rallies on Twitch. Really? Wait, did he stream the rallies in 2016 or in 2020 or in 2024? Which one? Which ones did he stream? I feel like not this time around. It's his actual account. JD Vance, Tom Hammond. Wait, what? The vast majority will deport themselves. The alternative is confiscation of all property in jail. Most will leave. You've seen some things on X saying how some people are self-deporting. Oh, really? I don't know if I'm correct or incorrect, but it doesn't seem, looking in from externally, that conservatives voted in the 47th. It looked like mostly moderates that didn't like far-left policy. The same thing is expected to happen in Canada next year. Trump is a businessman. He has a massive hotel in Chicago, New York. I saw the Trump hotel in New York. Both are the accusing of wrongdoing or something that is illegal by definition. But accusing can get you in trouble. Alleging keeps you out of trouble. No? You can say allegedly this, allegedly that. I only alleged. I didn't accuse. You can't sue me for defamation because I didn't accuse. I only alleged. There's a difference. There's definitely a difference. It's very nuanced, but I think there's a difference. Like, you can accuse someone, like, you did this, and then they can sue you for defamation, no? Because you're accusing them of something wrong and blah, 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 or whatever. Am I right? Am I right about this? But if I went, you did this thing, allegedly, then can't sue me because I said alleged. I think there's a difference. Silly girl, we all know the UFOs are in the ocean. Did I say they weren't? Project 2025 was an allegation. I know, you're just joking. Was an allegation. Allegedly is... Project 2025 is a thing that is not related to Trump. Allegedly is describing something that hasn't yet been proved, while the allegation is the claim. Well, there you go. Two different things. Vast majority of his votes were from conservatives, like always, but a lot of extra votes came in from others. Yes, a lot of black men, like 25% more, voted Trump this time. And Hispanic support rose 20% in 4 years for Trump. He live streamed his rallies on Twitch in 2024. No way. They unbanned his account when he became the nominee. Wait, he was banned on Twitch too? Wait, he was banned on Twitch? That just proves my point. That just proved my point that Trump gets banned on platforms like this. Oh, for Jan 6. Yeah. Well... News even says Ted Cruz, Republican, got most of the Hispanic votes in Texas. Don't forget the people who chose not to vote at all, specifically Michigan Middle Easterns who don't agree with what's happening in Gaza. 2024, he had a huge online thing. His son, Barron, it said, gave him a list. He did Theo Von, Joe Rogan, a bunch of UFC streams. Yeah, his son was like... the internet, like, I don't know, like, his, like, social PR guy or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean. Ooh, excuse me. J-Bean, how's it going? This is why Canada still allows furries to use the litter box. Is that even true? I thought that was happening in the States. Coming back to America once Trump gets in. Haha, nice. I'm gonna move there once Trump enters. Suing? Wait, Johnny Depp was accused of abuse. But he was abused. Suing for defamation of character is a lot harder than you think. I know. I was just trying to make a point, super garbage boy. At the end of the day, everyone just wants a better economy. Now them in the government basically was effed everything up. The inflation, everything's price. If someone who supported Trump just hated Dems, no, people in general just want a better life brought by a better economy. American libel law is crazy. It's basically user error. If you can argue you meant one thing and the person that read it took it as fact or in a different way than intended, you're not guilty. Who's that crazy girl on MSNBC, Rachel? They banned him for Gen 6. We charged U.S. St. Mines on illegals. Now, even liberal Reuters poll shows most USA people want all illegals rounded up and put in deportation camps. Trump didn't just win because of the price of eggs. Rachel Maddow said something like, honestly, seriously about the Russia thing, and her legal defense argued in court that her viewers knew that when she said that, she was being hyperbolic and not being truthful, and was found innocent. Wow. They continue to label Trump as American Hitler, and they continue to label Trump as American Hitler and claim J6 as an insurrection, just as Hitler had an insurrection against the German capital. But was Hitler there? Johnny and his wife were both abused. The issue in that was the British court refused to accept evidence. They were both abused. Let them, libs never learn. We're just growing support every day. Because living a life in the States becomes more and more expensive. Guess what would people say if most of us live a happy life? I'd say most people wouldn't care about it if immigrants are legal or illegal. It's always about money. Unfortunately, it is. Nah, our stance on illegals isn't out of selfishness. It's out of respect for the law and not wanting them doing so many crimes. That's also true. Crimes should be punished regardless of the economy. Why do they let them go after the crimes? That's the problem. Why are citizens, given prison sentences over things that illegals are not? Why do they just let them go? Why? It feels like an attack on the Western world, allegedly in game. But hopefully that's gonna turn around now. Was he at the insurrection, the German capital? He failed miserably since there was fun fire and he got arrested for a year. Fun fire? J6 libs claim insurrection, hoping we're stupid. An insurrection with 0 guns. There were 0 guns. I didn't even know that, or if I did know that, I forgot it. Democratic propaganda, they are against citizens and for the illegals. To protect them, honey, it's evil, pure and simple. They want them here at almost all cost. Because Dems count on them, criminals, for future votes. Good that they failed at trying. It's crazy that, like, the whole voter ID thing was even a thing. Like, yeah, you need ID to vote. What the fuck? Like, why is that even in question? Like, why? What the hell? That was whack. So whack. No gunfire? Not technically true. After Hitler was elected, a very suspicious Antifa-like group raided the capital in Germany, which is how Hitler was able to give himself the powers required to be an authoritarian in a democratic state, which is why it seemed sketchy that J6 in America and the trucker rally where Canada instituted martial law at the same time were, yeah. The J6ers were let in by Capitol Police. Oh yeah, I remember hearing that. Didn't have guns. Went there after Trump said clearly peaceful and patriotically, and they were also being escorted inside the building. Interesting, very interesting. Hi, Jizza. There were federal agents in the crowd. Illegals can't vote in national elections in the USA, but many areas, cities, etc. allow illegals to vote for local leaders. Another reason Dems support them, they want to get their votes locally. I see. Federal agents and Antifa. Huh. They asked the agencies, and the agencies could neither confirm or deny, meaning there was... Those Dems were trying hard to get those foreigners to vote for them. Ouch. Even if they have no right to vote in the first place. To be fair, you hope there are federal agents in every major crowd. What they're doing in the crowd is the issue. What you didn't even know this was a thing was until recently. Sick that illegals get to vote and people... To counter the votes of others. Yeah, that's like... It just seems like that's something that should have been fixed a long time ago. Know what I mean? The truth of what exactly they did will come out. Trump team already gonna get every single fact on that. Only states that Kamala won were states that didn't require voter ID. When Trump controls FBI, yeah, if he puts right person as FBI director. Cash? Cash Money G. Guys, I need to take a break. Gonna warm up some more water for a tea and use the bathroom, etc, etc. So yeah, stick around, grab a snack, grab a drink. See you soon. In Minecraft, someone could have voted for Kamala, but no! No! How in Minecraft? What do you mean? No, there won't be reasonable. The world isn't going to spin on its axis because the 45th is the 47th? Huh? He learned his lessons last time he was in power. So many repubs he put in power turned on him. That's what I hear. Everyone will be a loyalist this time for sure. Guys, it might be the beginning of a new age. Isn't that cool? Let's hope. Better the beginning of a new age than the end of an age. AKA the end of the world. Alright guys, BRB. I think I saw a tweet. Somebody from Denmark was like in the States. And he was like, yeah, so I was able to vote and so I voted for Trump. And he like showed it. He like took a picture, like he voted for Trump and stuff. And I think he was from Denmark. And I was like, maybe others will vote for Trump too. And maybe it'll backfire. Looks like maybe it did. Actually, no, you said she won all those states. He gets to put in any dirt of the FBI. That is correct. I think of it more as a beginning of something that is new. You have a Republican with three houses. None of his major choices are establishment. Tulsi, RFK, Matt. Nothing major will happen. But you kind of feel the weight of Pelosi, Chuck, and whatever leaving. There's like a different, kind of a different vibe in the air, like a different, or like, almost like we can breathe again. Almost, not quite. Not yet. There's still lots of work to do. This is giving me... Is this a remix of something familiar? It sounds familiar. It's called Butterflies. It's giving new jabs. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not New Jabs sound. I haven't listened to New Jabs in a very long time. I don't even know if I'm saying his name properly. New Jabs? New Jabes. New Jabs. New Jabes. Okay. Hey yo, fat guy in bed, how's it going? Sounds like the life. Mike Rogers supported the Patriot Act. So, see what the fuck? He's not even American and he gets to vote. Yep. You see? Well, you're a centralist, really, left-leaning even, just not in support of this liberal movement that's going on. So Trump, etc. is the only way out. It seemed so. Honey, if we change enough down here, USA will demand change in your country too for sure. Will help you a lot. That's what I'm hoping. Elon says Trudeau will be gone. We'll see. We'll see what... Well... He has X, the power of X, so we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens. You can say even in Canada, you almost feel like maybe my energy bill won't be at 3,000% higher than 5 years ago. Maybe butter won't be $8. Like, maybe just trying to get by day to day will be easier. I know that doesn't make sense if you make 250K. I hope so. From Australia, it do be rough here too. Yep. Australia, New Zealand, UK, Ireland, Europe, Canada, US. And probably some stuff happening in South America too that I don't know about, but Brazil? Is some stuff happening in Brazil? Some kind of this weird stuff, same stuff kind of happening? Guys, I will be right back. Again, I'm just gonna go grab my tea. What am I hoping with Trump, Hunniebee? Were you always riding Trump? So, I didn't really... Okay, so in 2016, I thought, like, what a joke. America's a joke, electing this television personality or whatever. And, you know, all of the stuff that you heard about him, it's like, you know, just like everyone else, I didn't like him. And then in 2020, I think I was rooting for Democrats. But then 4 years later, after 9 years of a Liberal Party in Canada, I was like, what's going on here? And then after hearing Trump say he doesn't want any wars, like he just wants people to stop dying. After that, I was like, wow, nobody else is saying that. Like, my prime minister is a warmonger, in my opinion, in my allegedly in-game opinion. And like, he was like the only person saying that. He just wants people to stop dying. He just wants the war to end. That's what I want. But our, you know, my prime minister and Biden and Kamala, like, they're just like, no, we have to keep this war going and blah 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 and whatever. Like, so from that point, I don't know, I started seeing Trump in a different way, and more about Trump, like more and more truths about how Trump is lied about started coming out. And, like, you know, the things he did in his past, like for charity and stuff like that, and how, like, there's, yeah, I don't know, I started to realize, like, oh, he's not as bad as they say he is. It's not all like lies, but so much of it was. And like, and then I started to learn about how the Democratic Party is fake AF, allegedly. Anyways, so yeah, after Trudeau, everyone's just like hoping for Trump, basically. Everyone in Canada, everyone, as far as I know, anyone who's like really kind of not just paying attention to politics, but making sure that, like, they're not letting propaganda get to them. J Bean, how's it going? I'm not sure who it is you're referencing, but these companies are making those things. Private. Orange Man, not so bad after all. Hunniebee eventually. It's like... It's just, you know, Canada went too liberal and the people are like, no. Not just too liberal. The government is so corrupt. It's so corrupt. And to me, Biden-Harris administration is basically the same thing as the Liberal Party of Canada, in my opinion. Like, they're fucking up shit. They're fucking shit up. Excuse my language, but they're ruining everything. And they don't give a shit about the people. So, you know. Trump is brash, you know, but I at least believe him when he says he, you know, he wants to make America great. Like, I actually believe him. When I see, you know, other people pretending, nah, yo. Nah, yo. Global elitist, exactly. Like, India and Canada are at war. I wouldn't say we're at war, but like, there's a lot to unpack there. Read some articles, may sound like conspiracy though. They say some scientists produced the COVID virus in the States and choose to release it in Wuhan. Then we all know who to blame. Global elitists. I agree that Democrats and liberals in Canada are warmongers. In my opinion, Trump is also a warmonger. He has showed this with his actions in the past and his rhetoric now. In your views, you don't need to ride with any of them. What do you think about a candidate like Bernie Sanders? So you think, so like, why do you think Trump is a warmonger though? He has showed this in his actions. Which actions shows that Trump is a warmonger? Because Trump didn't start any new wars in his presidency. He didn't start any new ones. He had to deal with wars that were ongoing, yeah, because he's the president, and I can't speak to that because I wasn't paying attention back then. But like, he didn't, like, you know, move NATO into Ukraine or anything crazy like that. To, like, you know, provoke. It's not like he did anything. Well, I don't know. I don't know if he did anything to provoke any wars, you know, like I said, I was not paying attention back then. So who's to say he didn't try? Who's to say he didn't try? And it just didn't go. It just didn't happen. And people are now saying like, well, he didn't start any wars. But anyway, you know, what do I think about Bernie Sanders? I wasn't really paying attention back then. I hear that Bernie Sanders was a pretty decent Democrat and not like corrupt. But then they screwed him over. Also, you should think about politics beyond the politics of your country. Yeah, well, that's why I'm paying attention to American politics. And I also pay attention to UK politics. Like, I don't know everything, guys. I'm learning. I'm interested in learning. I'm interested to know what's going on and, you know, how is the government taking advantage of me today? And how is the government taking advantage of people around the world today? So stuff like that. Trump avoided war with Syria when Republican Party almost demanded it. Yes, honey. Well, they sent people to execute people in Canada. The RCMP identified them. India evacuated their embassy the day before the order to invade them. Whoa, 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 whoa. When was this? India evacuated their embassy the day before the order to invade them. When was this? Like, I remember, was it when that guy was assassinated, or... Like, I know there's so much, like I said, so much to unpack there. But the people that they came to execute in Canada were not Canadians. Like, technically they were, I think. Like, they probably, like, they were Canadian people, like, who immigrated. Like, I don't know if they were citizens or not, but I'm pretty sure what's happening is, like, Hindus and Khalistani Sikhs are at war in India, and they're trying to fight that war in Canada as well, I guess, because, like, there's a lot of Hindus and Khalistanis in Canada. I don't know, like, correct me if I'm wrong, McCoy. I'm Canadian, haha. You may have missed the detail. Produced in states mean to say, if this sounds a lot like what Dem would have done, think about it. If illegal aliens voting for president was supported by them, not a lot they wouldn't have done. Bernie is a grifter who got kicked out of a hippie commune for being lazy and then went into government because that's the only place somebody who got kicked out of a commune for being too lazy for hippies can go. What? Can I go to politics? I'm a lazy hippie. The flip side is the Canadian refugee program sold under Trudeau entry to Canada. The flip side is the Canadian refugee program sold under Trudeau entry. What do you mean, McCoy? Wait, what do you mean? 3 months ago, but the executions happened a year ago-ish. I know that like one guy was executed. I think he was Sikh killed in Canada. India involved in activist deaths as Canada. Hold on. Canadian Sikh leader allegedly killed by Indian agents. 1 year ago. So, like, as far as I know, only one person died. I don't know if, like, I don't think... I don't think, like, I know that they're fighting, like, they're currently, like, they're fighting in Canada, but I don't think, I think this is the only person that's died because of this whole, issue. I feel like I would have heard, like, if more people died. So yeah, like, it's just, it's crazy, guys. It's crazy what's going on out here. Don't believe that too close to the lab in China that did that sort of thing for us to bother making it ourselves and dumping it on that doorstep. Positive it's China alone, though you do find it odd that Fauci supported the lab. NIH USA actually supported Wuhan's gain of function BS financially. Hard to explain. Canada has a policy to bring in 400k people under one program. Yeah, they bring people to take all our jobs away. That's what they do. Bernie is typical politician. Even after he found out DNC cheated for Hillary, he bent the knee. Sick. He's probably he's probably like, sweet, I don't have to be the if he's lazy, he was probably stoked that he didn't actually have to be the president. I don't know anything about, like I said, I wasn't paying attention back then, but Trump told the Republican Party that year if they cheated for establishment candidate, he would create a new party, while Bernie just licked their boot. Northern India is sort of a terrorist state, which is where the Trudeau government started selling status, but India isn't NA. Sup with it, Queso, welcome back. Shower after the gym is always next level invigorating. Nice. India is a different place. It had a rough time when England went in. You're 100% sure Bernie only runs for president to sell books? Ha! That's a nice strategy. Trump moved the embassy of Israel into occupied territory, and he recognized stolen territory. He also continued to aid the Saudi in their genocide against Yemeni people. And he recognized stolen territory. He also continued to aid the Saudi in their genocide against Yemeni. I don't think he'll be good for anyone outside of America. And he'll definitely not be good for people in America. It doesn't matter that Trump got elected or if a Democrat got elected. The Gazan Holocaust is going to continue. Maybe Ukraine will see a conclusion. I'm curious to see what Trump is going to do with the whole Israel-Gaza thing. But is it true that Hamas backed off? Well, what about Israel? I feel like Israel is, the IDF. I feel like the IDF is the issue. Or at least a very big part of the issue. The IDF specifically. Because I feel like in a way they're, this is what I heard. Somebody said that they're making Jews around the world a target because of the way they're acting or what they're doing. But I don't know. What do you guys think? When it comes to this topic, it's probably my least knowledgeable. Backed off? What do you mean backed off? Who backed off? Wait. It's this roundabout. Like, yes, it's a crown state, and the northern region is rough. It's anti-England. So when you start selling refugee spots for $250 political donations, you're gonna get a lot of anti-individuals. So to be anti-terror, they send people to your country to fight them. They said Hamas wants to make and negotiate a deal with Trump in office. You'd be shocked how low those politicians could be. I honestly don't think China will pay for anything, though. Then the real question shows itself. What's next? Start a war against them because they refuse to pay? And this brings back the first topic I mentioned tonight. I personally don't want a nuclear war with anyone. I don't think anyone wants that. Trump is going to back Israel until Hamas and Hezbollah are wiped from the planet. Oh shit. Is that what you think, Renaticus? Hamas has been trying to negotiate a deal for 11 months. We should slowly strangle their economy and use other people to do our work, building our products instead. They are bad communist apples in that government should be ended. China can't war with USA, we're too strong. Putin also said he would negotiate a ceasefire agreement with Ukraine. Now with Trump in office. Yeah, that's what he said until the US and the UK fired whatever they did. Did they fire missiles? What did they do? Hi, human robot. So, like, I hope he's still willing to negotiate, but he also fired some missiles, no? Today? We just watched some, like, new experimental type missiles or something. That's what has already been said. Oh shit. Bro, nuclear war ends with no winner, especially when both sides got nuclear weapons. Neither side will use nukes, they will just accept being much poorer. The handicap not to fire into Russia never should have been there. The handicap not to fire into Russia. The missile handicap was released because of North Korean troops fighting for Russia. Hi, Platinum. You watched Putin's speech? Lie, lie, lie. Gaslight. Is he's lying and gaslighting? Didn't Germany give them a ultimatum too? Hi, Night Killer. Hypersonic missiles faster than like 5 times the speed of sound. What? So it's almost impossible to defend against them. Holy cow. The cockroaches win. Hamas knows with Trump in office that the IDF will have more freedom to continue its operations without any restrictions. I see. They have vids of today's hypersonic attack. Oh gosh. Russia's hypersonic missile. Was it just a test, or did they like actually like hit targets? Think it's kind of obvious? Hypersonics are a weird tech from what you've heard. You can detect them because of the plasma generated by the speeds, and they can't steer well under those speeds, provided they can actually move that fast. Let's just keep it civilized then. Trade war it is. Don't fire anything. Trade war. This is all very broad, yeah. Dude, Trump was good for the Middle East, but... And I don't like going to the Bible, but read the first page of Exodus. It's like, when the sons of the fathers who remembered the king that brought peace. Basically meaning that 200,000 years ago, nobody remembered anyone getting along. I see. A test, but they used Ukraine as the test on a city. Oh shit. The only feasible way really to intercept them is while they're in transit. Yeah. Wait. In transit. The IDF already have unrestricted access in Gaza. That won't change with Trump in office. If you can detect them, you can fire at them. Same as any ICBMs with a predictable enough trajectory. They should have let the hostages go a long time ago. Yeah, hypersonics were supposed to address that specific issue by making their trajectories less predictable. I see. If people have been fighting for 20 years, the Hatfields and the McCoys, like some feuds, go back away. I don't think, I mean, I think the further back you go in time, like the more violent it seems to have been. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, the further back you go, like, even just the way they, even just for rituals, like, they just, like, did crazy-ass things on people for ritual purposes. It's just, like, it just seems like the further back you go, like, the more violent people were. So, it's unfortunate that, you know, we are still dealing with that today. But I like to think that we're closer to some sort of world peace. I know we're still a very long ways away from that, but I don't know. I like to think and hope it's possible. But yeah, there's a lot to do with it. In transit, on their way to the target, but not in its final attack pattern. I see. They can be detected. They are just too fast to determine the exact route for the missile defense to hit. Oh, is this live? Is he live right now? Are they live? It's not in English. Dubbed, I mean. No, Russian... Was it this?
This video, posted by Ukrainian military bloggers, purports to show multiple projectiles landing on the Ukrainian city of Dnipro just before dawn. That's what you'd expect from a ballistic missile, the release of many payloads as it approaches its target. And this evening, Vladimir Putin said that Russia had hit the city with a new medium-range ballistic missile, after Kyiv used Western-supplied weapons to strike inside Russia.
In response to the use of American and British long-range weapons, on the 21st of November, the Russian armed forces carried out a combined strike on one of Ukraine's military-industrial complex sites. In combat conditions, a test was carried out on one of the latest Russian intermediate-range missile systems, in this case with a non-nuclear, hypersonic version of a ballistic missile. The test was successful. The target was reached.
This is thought to be the first time these types of missiles have been used by Russia on Ukraine during the full-scale invasion.
Which is why they
it's
killed
retaliation
more Hamas and Hezbollah
for
leaders
this.
in the last 4 months. And the rest...
Tuesday this week, after Joe Biden finally granted permission, American attack-ins used to hit targets inside Russia.
We'll get more selfish.
Yesterday, the British Storm Shadow system deployed in the same way.
That's a good
the strike
point,
on Dnipro is the Russian response. Today, President Zelensky met with the British Chief of Defense Staff in Kyiv.
Replay?
Before Putin confirmed this was a medium-range ballistic missile, his response to today's strike.
They want it all.
Today, there was a new Russian missile. All the characteristics, speed, altitude, indicate it was an intercontinental ballistic missile. An investigation is currently underway. It's obvious that Putin is using Ukraine as a training ground.
Ballistic missiles can be short range, stay within the Earth's atmosphere, medium range, up to 200 miles, and long range or intercontinental, capable of full orbital flight outside the Earth's atmosphere. They can be fitted with both conventional and nuclear warheads.
Jews somehow have different morals on killing.
Today's strike in Dnipro with the
Don't say
conventional
Jews,
variety,
you mean the
more
IDF.
about Moscow showing what they could do than what they did.
It's not that the IDF somehow have different morals on killing. They know exactly what they are doing. Land grab, slow, generational, and all their enemies really do is whine about it, so it's working.
To destroy cities or very large targets. By using this kind
Hypersonics
of
at
weapon,
10 times the speed
the Russians
of
are
sound in
sending
this
a
case.
message that they're prepared to up the ante and potentially play around with whether or not they are preparing a kind of nuclear launch.
The Russian Foreign Ministry press conference was
watch
interrupted
Team
today. The
in a
spokeswoman
larger
briefed
context,
over the
looking at
phone
something
and on an
2K
open mic about
years
what
old.
not to say about the strikes.
Nobody can win in a small context. What do we want today and tomorrow? You can have a solution.
The place mentioned in the call, Uzmash, is a Ukrainian aerospace manufacturer in Dnipro. During Soviet time...
What do we want today and tomorrow? You can have a solution. If you want to look more practical and cynical way, maybe don't F around with a sleeping giant without a plan. The last test from 2 months ago wasn't successful. That one didn't even make it off the launch pad. Oh shit. Was that, did it explode on the launch pad? We're going to test these 800-mile-per-hour missiles on your cities. Wow. He's just very nonchalant about it, too. I don't care to watch American propaganda. Not escalating. Ukraine gotta take the fall sooner or later if the Russians are kept being provocated. No idea what they would do. It's cool you probably believe in terrorist propaganda. Guys, let's not fight. In a small context, we want peace, we want less war, we want less death. We can work towards that. We can't work towards solving issues thousands of years ago. No. Although, sometimes you can. Like, maybe not solving issues, but like sometimes mysteries are solved. Russians are the provocateurs. Hello? Nah, Hunniebee, it's not just the IDF. The IDF is doing it, but the Jewish people in general in Israel support it all 100%. Well, I don't know if that's the case or not, because that's not, like, I haven't heard it for myself from Jewish people, so, like, I don't know. But, I don't know. But I'm not gonna necessarily take your word for it, but I'm gonna keep that in here. Let's be real, in a music festival was attacked in the US. Gaza would be more a pile of rubble than it is now, probably. Actually, I don't know. Don't quote me on, I don't know. I don't know for sure, honestly. I don't know. Because yeah, I don't know. That land buffer zone excuse is kind of BS anyway. That land buffer zone excuse is kind of BS anyway. They'd have to conquer all of Europe for it to even make sense. Also, hypersonics kind of made that point moot anyway. Russia's really playing chicken and seeing how much they can get away with. Right? If I don't earnestly consume American propaganda and believe in the narrative from the most powerful country in the world, I'm a terrorist. Maybe America is a terrorist. Did you ever think of that? I think any of these, I don't know. I think that war is terrifying, and I think that anyone responsible for instigating war, starting war, promoting war, continuing, prolonging war, any of that, I mean, yeah, could fall under that category. Ukraine cannot win in the end. It's just how bad the terms of their loss is going to be. First Crimea, then Donbass, then Bucha and Kherson. Best they can do now is just compromise and manage. What do you think Trump would tell them? Keep fighting? Even if Russia wins, they'd be back at square one at where they were at before Maidan. If it wasn't the case, they'd have voted in non-Netanyahu sorts of leaders. They do not. Well, I can't say, I don't know, I don't follow. I just started learning about politics now, guys. Cut me some slack. But just because we voted in Trudeau doesn't mean we voted for all the shit that he's doing that we don't agree with. So, like, that argument is kind of moot. Trump would tell them exactly what I said. Take the fall and you will be compensated. If you think the West are the provocateurs, then you just aren't paying attention while North Korean artillery and soldiers and Iranian drones are being used in Ukraine. So Ukraine is entitled to attack North Korea and Iran according to the latest Russian narrative. You have to be a literal NPC to believe the West are the ones provoking or escalating. Though I agree with your point, the fact is the Palestinians are encamped without rights. This has to end. And to reverse your point, if an enemy occupied my city for decades, I'd want to fight them too. You'd leave Poland to be split between the Russians and the Nazis. Shameful. Whoa, 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 what's happening? Again, I'm Canadian, but Russia isn't really... Hey, Snake Cam, so sorry for my delayed ass reading of the chat. Canadian, but Russia isn't really the bad guy. When the Berlin Wall came down, the treaty was a buffer. Obama, sorry. I need to move and stretch my broken leg. Obama funded a rebellion to install a government and expand NATO, which under that treaty was a declaration of war. It is one thing to assume an entire ideology is valid from a single issue, but it is another entire issue to see that a country is committing genocide. Not square one, they own the eastern land now, they are not giving it back. Oh, this is kind of loud. Too loud, too loud. Hi, Dronesy, how are you? Russia want at least that much land. Don't get triggered, I'm just saying fact here, they could keep it in EU for all I care. What's gonna happen is almost destined. So it's like if Seattle was invaded by China, who started to set up military bases and installed a government? Would America invade? We're on this island where we don't have enemies. Here's what it is, I guess. Like, here's what it is. Here's from my understanding. Putin said, imagine Biden said, hey Putin, if you put troops in Mexico, we're gonna attack Mexico. And then Putin puts troops in Mexico. So then the US attacks Mexico. Like that's you know, for example, like that's kind of what I understood. I think both are in the wrong. I think that the US should not have moved NATO if it was going to cause a war, and I think Putin is wrong for attacking them whether or not they did that. You don't attack, like, it's all wrong. It's all wrong and needs to end and stop. No facts, just lies. That would never happen. Nuclear armed country invades another one unless they lost their mind. They once owned all of UA in a sense. Then the Maiden Revolution occurred. That's my point. From where we sit, it's insane, but from there, it's what happened. Good, how are you? How are you, Z-Drone? Drone Z? Z-Drone. You had a pretty good interview today, but you never know never know on those things. It's for an audiovisual role. I hope you get it. Information technology position with a capital. Wow. I really wish you luck, Dronesy. You don't know the story. The Verada Ravka passed a bill to have closer economic ties with EU, not NATO. EU. Yanukovych vetoed it. There was the coup, and then 2 weeks later they passed the bill to have closer economic ties with EU. Putin can be bad and evil, and America can also not have interest of the Ukrainian people. America doesn't care about Ukrainians dying. Yeah, I don't think they do. I feel like they just they're whatever they have ulterior motives. It's all ulterior motives. They just want to sell them weapons. Ah, that's what it is. And gain political influence in the region. Ah. Pre or post USA funded insurrection. Did you just Cuban Missile Crisis us? Maybe. But you know what? I'm not brushed up on my Cuban Missile Crisis history. You're right there. Russia nor US really care about Ukraine. It's like exactly. It's like the example I gave. It's like what do the Mexicans have to do with it? Right? I guess, well, they would have to go to war. But like, is Zelensky not pissed that did Zelensky ask the US to bring NATO, or did they just do it and then Zelensky's at war and like how did that go down? Did they ask? Did they just move NATO? Like, what's going on? Was it were they in on it? Were they like, hey, should we do it? Russians dared to invade Ukraine because it's a weak country, comparatively. War between or even among nuclear armed countries is totally insane. I don't know. I have to say it's because of the NATO thing and not necessarily because it's a weak country. Because then wouldn't they have invaded a long time ago? Why would they like why would they like threaten an invasion in 2014 and then wait for them to, you know, maybe, I don't know, strengthen their army because of the imminent threat? Like, I don't know. What do you think? What do you guys think? You used to be Z-Drones, that's why! Glad you remember. I remember. On one hand, terrorism is bad, but it is harder to understand why people stand up to an issue. It's hard to understand why people stand up to an issue. There's so many reasons, and it's like so nuanced too. What are your thoughts on why he allowed it to happen? The person that I met you through never talks to you anymore. Wild how people fade away, but everything. Well, do you want to whisper me who it is? Although I'm not so great at like keeping in touch with people. Not a CIA expert, so I can't really comment on that aspect. USA doesn't care about selling them weapons. Haha, Ukraine has no money to buy weapons with. We give them everything because CIA wants dead Russians. Is that what it is? How many F-16s did America give Ukraine again? Russians react and puts nukes in Cuba. Wait. What happened? Hold on. Cuban Missile Crisis puts nukes into Turkey. How many F-16s did America give? Russia's reaction put nukes in Cuba. Hold on. Cuban missile put nukes. Who put nukes in Turkey? The USA? Russia's reaction put nukes in Cuba. The bill to align with the EU was a violation. The expansion was a declaration of war. Why do you need multiple reasons? They did invade into Crimea, then stopped. The rumor is Trump was a maniac and he said, if you invade, I'll turn Moscow to glass, implying he'd nuke it. The rumor is Trump was a maniac and said, if you invade, I'll turn Moscow to glass. While Trump was in office 2016 to 2020, so they waited until February after. I mean, wow, that's an interesting way to see it. Either way, I feel like that's why Trump is president, because like he has that kind of power. Like, I don't know, like he said, like he'll say stuff like that, and I guess people might, I don't know, but again, what does Trump say about the whole moving into NATO thing? NATO moving into Ukraine thing. We give them old stuff, yeah, but you see this person online giving you stuff all the time and not inviting you. Canada and the rest of the West, now they are getting use of the newer stuff. I see. Ukraine is on the hook to pay for it at MSRP as if it were made yesterday. Comparing Russia to USA is wrong. USA has total global dominance. We have power to keep the nukes out of Cuba, etc. Russia has no power to stop Turkey NATO nukes. They are too tiny in power compared to the USA to have a say in the matter. They have China. They have North Korea. They have, I guess, Iran. But I don't know. US is learning more about how their Abrams are performing in the Rasputitsa, and ironically, the Bradley is performing better. I have no idea what any of that meant, given how people initially thought the Bradley was a waste of money. Still not sure. You know what's crazy is some people actually think Kamala will run again in 2028. Nah. Do you think after that ass whooping there's no way? I don't think she'll run again because, like, apparently she only ran because Biden nominated her as an FU to the Democrats, allegedly. Compared to us, they were fucking bad. We were always dominant over them. Why they went bankrupt and lost. You'd think they'd have the wisdom not to send to UA then. No, that's the answer. It might have been a year later, but you can find him saying quotes. He warned Putin about going to Ukraine. I said no way, he said way or something. Thought Gold is talking about current situation. Back in the 80s, Soviet Union is a strong competitor. I see. They made a whole movie about the development of the Bradley called the Pentagon Wars, but it's been 4 decades since it was developed with plenty of time for upgrades. I think Biden still wanted to run and the Dems told her to take over after the debate. So basically I don't know who they were thinking to put. Who were they thinking to put there instead of Kamala? Because everyone knows Biden didn't want to drop out, right? I think everyone knows that. And so Kamala was nuked from space by Tulsi over being a criminal in 2020. She was the first of 10 people to drop out for holding people past jail sentences to fight fires as slaves. Say what? The difference is the US is still subject to public opinion and got the job as a slide in. Wait. And will end wars or not start wars based off of it. Russia has no such problem. I see. My baby! You're all wet. You're all wet. My kitty cat is back and he's all wet. He was outside. It's always raining every day. You're so sweet. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, you're so sweet. People forget how criminal she was. She was the top prosecutor in California. Funny, who would want to do that with them anyway? Court of a billion reasons. The only opinion to replace Biden was Kamala. By law, when the candidate drops out, they're supposed to refund all the unspent campaign donations, but the Dems claimed the $250 million they were sitting on was donated to the Biden-Harris campaign. They transferred that money to her. Democrats think Republicans are cults. But they are the ones shaving their heads and saying they won't have sex with men, which is funny because who would want to do that with them anyway? Keck W. Also, the Democrats started KKK, and like, isn't that a cult? So like, to say Republicans are cults. But anyway, that's like a long time ago. But just saying. Just saying. Sorry, guys. Alright, he should be fine. So they transferred the money there. America did the Iraq War 20 years ago and is funding the Gazan genocide along with the wider genocide. The wider genocide. They all are fixed the abortion issue. She locked people up for fake drug charges and refused them bail to fight wildfires. What the hell? Through abstinence? Google Tulsi versus her. Who versus Kamala? I don't need to Google that. Everyone knows Tulsi is the GOAT. Though I think Russia is more in the right. Like they're not even on the same. No, they're not even. The right then Ukraine, USA in this war, why it started. Have you seen the idiotically mostly low-tech BS Big Bad Russia is forced to use? It's comical how far they've fallen in terms of ability to wage war. Throwing a hypersonic missile or two hides the fact of how World War II they are fighting little Ukraine. Hi, my baby. You're so sweet. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Oh, you're such a good boy. After Tulsi destroyed her, forcing her to drop out of the race, Tulsi was refused to be in the next primary. Yeah, that's how Tulsi ended up leaving the Dem Party. Yup. They don't like anyone who isn't gonna, you know, play the game, be a puppet, or, you know, they don't like independent thinkers, people who actually care about the people. Okay, Democrats and Republicans have switched alignments over time within the history of the US. Spectrum-wise, pretty sure the KKK aligned themselves with a different party now, just saying. That I don't know, but, yeah. Oh, I have to be right back, guys. China wasn't an entity on the global stage in the 60s, Hunniebee. The Cuban Missile Crisis happened in the 60s. I know it happened a while ago. China wasn't an entity on the global stage in the 60s. Did I mention China in regards to the crisis? Oh! I guess I was talking about today. I might have been saying the wrong thing for the wrong time frame. Gonna order a new gaming keyboard. Nice. Literally, Tulsi on stage called Kamala up. No way. Kamala was forced to drop out the presidential race and Tulsi was. No way! We gotta watch that. Tulsi? That's what you meant by Tulsi versus her. Tulsi? I can't type, you guys. I can't type Tulsi. I can't friggin' type Tulsi. This is why I don't want to search things. Verse, is it here? C word. Are they gonna show it? I hate how, like, I search for something and I only get news. Like, I don't get just, like, normal creators stuff. It's so aggravating. I hate it. If you have a video for me, that would be amazing. If you have it. I mean, we can try seeing if it's here, but let's see. Maybe here.
New Cold War and arms race and here at home. Senator Harris, any response?
Oh, sure.
Oh, sure.
I think that it's unfortunate that we have someone on the stage who is attempting to be the Democratic nominee for President of the United States, who during the Obama administration spent 4 years full-time on Fox News criticizing President Obama.
That's
who
ridiculous,
has spent full-time.
That's
who has spent full-time.
Maybe somebody should be holding your president accountable. Like, that's not a bad thing.
Criticizing people on this stage as affiliated with the Democratic Party. When Donald Trump was elected, not even sworn in, buddied up to Steve Bannon to get a meeting with Donald Trump in the Trump Tower.
Just a reminder for chat, Trump won. It's not her fault she's that based.
As a war criminal.
It's not her fault she's that based. A few months later, Kamala was the VP and Tulsi was an independent.
What we need on the stage.
This is the party flip nonsense that Dems made up rather than explain their horrible racist past.
And by that, we need someone on that stage who has the ability to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump.
Genocide is not the right term. Killing a lot of people would be correct, but they are justifiably enraged. When you are in 1950 military and you assault a 21st century military, why would you do it? It should stop, but Hamas has to be ended too. I'm against it 100%, but yes, Nicola definitely.
Innuendos because she cannot challenge the substance of the argument that I'm making. The leadership.
It's a bit funny. I said to my father as a young man, Tulsi would be the first female president of the United States, and it would be after serving as President Trump's VP. He said it would be Nikki Haley. I said people would elect Hillary before that Jeff Fulton F-buddy.
Because I served in Iraq. I left my seat in
the
state legislature in Hawaii.
You weren't too. I mean, she's not VP, but she's what is she?
Volunteered to deploy to Iraq, where I served in a medical unit, where every single day I saw the terribly high.
I should know this. I should know this.
Of war. I take very seriously the responsibility that the president has to serve as commander-in-chief.
Something about defense. The new minister of defense. She's somebody. Trump appointed her as somebody, but I forget the title of what it is.
Our armed forces, and to make sure always. No, I'm not going to put party interests first.
On racism, you'd like to say that Dems run almost all inner city giant schools, and black children mostly live in these larger inner cities in USA anyway.
What our nation needs right
what the
now
Dems have done to the wait.
Who can speak
Did I miss it?
Oh, sure.
Somebody needs to give me a video or a timestamp. It's pure racism. Wait, and anyway, what the Dems have done to the schools in these cities is pure racism. Hell schools for the black children, but the Dem politicians won't allow their own children to attend them because the standards of success there are so horribly bad. Entire schools by the dozens in Chicago, Baltimore, etc. No child read at grade level, etc. that is racism, and it's all because of the Democrat Party. Thoughts? As a Canadian and abstract, it's hard to say how far behind I'm in terms of what, the chat or social credit minus 100 for saying hey, no, but fair enough, didn't get a chance to talk. Plus Tulsi is a smoke show, standing tall, looking good. She is pretty. I wonder if the hair, like, I wonder if the hair stripe is like, that's just a natural, like, that's where the gray is growing. And it just looks good. Either that, or she has, or she's always had that. Has she always had that? Tulsi Gabbard hair. Young. She has it here, kind of. Do you think Antifa will come back? Are you asking me, Dronesy? Cause I have no idea. I didn't even know they were gone. I think it just sucked to have to make the choice between those two choices. You wouldn't? Which one? Was there no one else? Between who? Tulsi and Kamala, or Trump and Kamala? Well, people in Nevada had an option to elect Nikki Haley or nobody, and nobody won. Wow. Talking about immigrants, like, huh? Sometimes nobody wins, and then you know something is wrong. It's a true story. Not what is wrong, but something. First things first, the deportation. We will see more vids about how tomorrow, Tom, the new borders are. Oh, how Tom round up those illegal aliens and deport them. Nobody won in an election. There was an election where the ballot was her or nobody, and something like 70% of people chose nobody. Shh. You watch my CNN or no one's listening? By the way, social credit is not a real thing in China. Really? Let me ask ChatGPT. I have a salad, by the way, and some edamame. Motivated. What do you mean? CNN agrees with Trump's border policies now. Her rogue stripe has grown. That's, you know, when I go gray, I hope I go gray like that because that's pretty cool. Instead of like evenly gray. Nah. Ain't running a marathon ever. You've done seven marathons? Holy cow. Sorry guys, I've just been, in order to kind of stay up to date in the chat, I've been kind of just skipping like the messages between you guys, just so I can try and stay on top of the chat. It's debated if she's either stopped dyeing that part or all of her hair, but still, she's very pretty. Oh. Interesting. Yes, me. Oh, what was the question? What was the question? What was the question? What was the question? Do I think yeah, I don't know. I don't know because I don't really know Antifa. I don't know anything about Antifa. Somebody told me about them the other day. But like I have a very vague idea. Right before the COVID, the time when you traveled there was no such thing. It's like 5 years ago. 5 years ago. So this video's from 4 years ago. Let's just see what he says. This guy lived in China for 10 years.
China operates in a massive gray area. So when first arriving in China, you'll start to see everything around you. You will feel as if...
You know what? This street looks not so bad. It looks like this could be a street in Toronto somewhere.
Everything is possible. The possibilities are literally endless. You see people doing whatever they want. You're like, how is it that that person's got 5 people on a scooter not wearing any helmet? Surely that's not correct. But then, why are so many people doing it? You'll also be like, why is it that people can sit around and drink in public? That's awesome, right? Because, let's face it, most Western countries you can't do that. You'll also be like, why is it that that guy's pouring motor oil down the drain? Surely that's not legal. You know, that kind of thing. And as you walk around, you start to see that everybody pretty much just does whatever they want. People hang their clothes out in public to dry. People take the fruit down from the trees on the side of the road. And it gives you this wonderful feeling, I'm not going to lie, this wonderful feeling of freedom. And you start to feel as if you're actually in an incredibly
when
free
Trump takes
society.
Over Canada,
this
we
is
can
really
install you
counter
as
to what
Empress.
most
Yes,
people
please.
think China is. Because when
But
you think
you
of China, you
owning a
think communist
Nickelback
dictatorship,
download
you think
illegal?
about socialism, you think about Winnie the Pooh and Mao Zedong and all this. But
No,
when you're there,
freedom for
all of a
all.
sudden, things seem incredibly
But hopefully
free
under
and
my rule.
open. And this
Actually, listen, guys. I can't say I've ever listened to Nickelback, so I can't say whether or not I like them. From what I remember, no. But I also don't know why they get so much hate. So anyway, under my rule, people will have better taste in music. So like, nobody will be downloading Nickelback. So it doesn't need to be made illegal. Guess who farted? No, in the Republican primary, Trump wasn't on the ballot, so the vote was for Nikki Haley, or you could vote for nobody. Got it. Chinese social credit scores are like 100% a real thing. Trump is too explosive, and that button in his world. No, I don't think he's irresponsible like that. Like, if Trump was so explosive, like, he would have exploded himself into like bankruptcy or into prison, which I know like they tried to do already, but like I don't know, I don't see him getting angry and pushing a button. Like, I honestly, after everything that I've learned about Trump, I don't see that. I don't really see that happening, to be honest. Like, that just seems, I don't know. Like, this guy is famous for anti-China. I know, but like, he lived there for 10 years. It's not like he's not hating on China. He's just exposing the, you know, how difficult the people have it there. And what's wrong with that? Social credit in the way Americans talk about it isn't real. No, not in the way Americans talk about it. But I feel like globalists want to make it real, and I'm so glad that Trump won, because I feel like he's not down with that crap. No bacon, no maple syrup, very Canadian sus. What are you talking about? Is that how you say edamame? I always see it at the store, but never know how to pronounce it. Yeah. Rethink the Trump fear. He's gonna do what half's gonna do. You're fine. Skipping Hunniebee. Bound to happen as your channel grows. Aw, thanks, Just. Don't they have gender-neutral bathrooms? Just use the wheelchair washrooms, FFS. We have gender... One of the biggest malls, Yorkdale, is like, I think the majority of the bathrooms are like gender neutral and you have stalls. But I don't know if it's like majority of the bathrooms or like the biggest bathroom there. I don't know. You like her gray stripe, and she's a nominee as a Democratic presidential nominee in a Republican cabinet. Social credit was a thing that China tested on a very small scale. It's not real. China social credit is just a credit score, and Americans wanted to make up shit about China. So ChatGPT saying that yes, China's social credit system is real, though its implementation is not as centralized or monolithic as often portrayed in media. It is a government initiative designed to promote trustworthiness in society by using data to assess and influence individual and organizational behavior. How the system works. Purpose. The system aims to enhance trust in business, government, and society. It tracks compliance with laws and regulations, such as paying debts, following traffic rules, and adhering to business regulations. Scope. For individuals, actions such as unpaid fines, fraudulent activities, or disruptive behavior can result in penalties like travel restrictions or difficulty obtaining loans. Which is like your credit, like if you have bad credit, you can't get a loan. But this traveling restrictions is wild. That's no bueno. For businesses, violations like tax evasion, food safety breaches, or fraudulent advertising can lead to fines, blacklisting, or operational restrictions. Why do I feel like food safety breaches happen? Like, why do I feel like businesses can get away with, from what I've seen, fraudulent advertising? I don't know what that can lead. Fraudulent advertising? You mean like those robots? Those AI robots that were humans? Okay, implementation. It is not a single nationwide system, but a collection of local pilot programs. And anyway, you get the point. Basically, it exists, but it's not like it's throughout the whole country. It's, I guess, you know, and I don't know. It's nuanced, I guess, but it's not that it's not like it doesn't exist. Let's see what this guy has to say about it.
You know, boils down to business as well. You can just start a business. Most of my Chinese friends who started businesses, who wanted to hire me to work at training centers or whatever, they didn't have business licenses. They ran things out of their apartment blocks. And, you know, it's not legal to run a business out of an apartment, like a residential complex, but they do it anyway. And this is how China has always worked. During the time I've been there,
that is why a lot of females from Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia,
and if it works out and you start to get a little bit successful, then you worry about
they arrive, they get their passport taken.
Then you worry about applying for licenses,
free labor in Britain.
paying taxes or whatever. Because until you reach a kind of a level of success, no one's really going to care about you. They're not going to put a focus on you. No spotlight's going to fall on you.
Guess
You're not going to be on the radar of the local authorities. So this has always been a very interesting part of living in China for me anyway.
I'm only saying that because I'm hoping that that can be debunked, because that sounds freaking awful.
From the lowest of the low street sweepers who pretty much sit there and play the stock market in the middle of the road while not paying attention, to the top execs who are doing business transactions and under the table stuff and giving bribes and whatever. It's a gray area. Now this gray area can very, very quickly suddenly disappear, and things can become black and white in an instant in China.
Their gutter
and that's
oil alone
when you find out that there isn't really a gray area. It's more of a convenience thing, because the authorities don't want to micromanage. They don't want to have to manage this massive population with all these people, because let's be fair, it's pretty much an impossible task. And this is why this idea of the social credit system was born, because you have to somehow keep people in check. You can't let people run amok and just do whatever they want, because it does lead to chaos.
China is a normal country,
and you do
but
see this kind of chaotic,
propaganda video. You think so, fat guy?
Of life, especially in the more rural areas of China. And when you're in the big cities, it just seems like somehow it all works.
You think all his videos are propaganda videos? He lived there for 10 years. You think he doesn't want a better life for the Chinese people? Would never get honeypotted. That's what you think? Nobody got to convince you otherwise? Trump used the Republican base as a way... Oh, Hillary. This is how you remind me of what I really am. McCoy, I'm not sure what you mean. He did declare bankruptcy 4 times. When you take over, can you make the Canadian money smell like something cool? Cake with buttercream frosting? Ew, vanilla. That's not cool. First of all, nothing should smell like food if you can't eat it. That's number 1. I'm gonna make, unless it's a fruity scent scents are allowed. Chocolate scents, no. If you can't eat it and it smells like chocolate, banned. If it smells like vanilla, banned. Cinnamon, banned. Hazelnut, banned. Flavored coffee, all banned. Just kidding, I'm just kidding. Banned near me, okay? I don't like that stuff. I don't know what it is about, like, food scented things that you can't eat. It's just like, Fruity scents can get away, you can get away with it because, like, it's, I don't know, it's more natural, I guess. More natural. That must be what it is. His wife's Chinese. She must be self-hating. Why? You guys think that him trying to expose how the government treats the people in China is him hating the Chinese? You guys can't be that, like, you guys gotta look deeper than that, no? He's not, he's just trying to expose the, you know, the government, basically. I don't know. Trump's volatility is a medium machination. Everything Trump does is calculated. It isn't necessarily calculated well, but it is calculated. I agree with that, Renaticus. Brainwashed by her husband. Brainwashed? Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I think his wife is from Spain. No, I'm pretty sure she's Chinese. Although that doesn't mean she didn't This guy's a shill? A shill for who? Conspiracy Trump. Oh yeah. Again, I'm from Canada. Our PM is a globalist. Yep, agree. The world is rebelling against it, but the investment market is deep into it. I can fully explain it, but it's weird. Okay, so hold on a sec. For those of you saying this guy's a shill, isn't it a widely well-known fact that the Chinese government is a communist government? Isn't that a fact? And in my personal opinion, I don't think communism is good. So I don't understand what you guys are trying, like, it's like I don't get what you guys are I don't get what you got against this guy. I don't get what you got against this guy. Getting your facts from ChatGPT. I mean, show me the evidence that the social credit score doesn't exist then. Show me the article. Show me whatever. Show me. Because everyone says it's real, number one. There's videos about it, number two. ChatGPT, number three. So, like, there's all of these points to say that it's real, and someone in chat saying it's not real, well, that's not proof enough for me. China weakness is they can't feed themselves. This is why they buy massive amounts of farmland in Africa, South America. They are trying to do it in the U.S. One of the largest commercial food processors is in the U.S., Smithfield Food, is owned by a CCP-backed mega corporation. Okay, here's some things. The guy that runs the funds for the Cali Teachers Funds versus the Florida Funds, they have a 5.4 versus a 7.6 ROI, which is government fund. They were brought to Congress. Beijing smog, communism at its best. WeChat is the foundation of the China social credit system Elon is trying to turn Twitter into. That is an interesting fact that I'm gonna keep in my brain. Guess who farted? Now I see it. Didn't get to meet business owners over there, just local people. Guess that's why you didn't feel the existence of this social credit. Oh. The 5.4 wrote a paper identifying social credit companies had a lower ROI. What is ROI? But had a requirement for investment. No, this guy doesn't. He's a shill. But he's a shill for who? Who is he a shill for? You'd wear fresh donut aftershave if it existed. Ew. Sorry, no, like... Good luck getting the ladies, Platinum. I'm sure some people will be into it, but... So a government-funded investment company wrote a paper saying they expected a lower return on investment if they were DEI-based, but required DEI for the investment. It's okay. It was being sarcastic. His wife's Chinese. He lived there for her. I trust him more than Twitch people. Oh, you were being sarcastic. The one-child policy that ran China for decades prized males over females, and they have over 30 million more men and boys. They have to import females from all over Asia. Oh, well, can I be honest here? I still remember this guy's old vids. He just deleted them all. He used to show us how easy to get a Chinese. No way. Let's see his oldest stuff. 15 years ago. Yeah, well, that doesn't mean that 15 years ago... Well, okay, so this is 15 years ago. So let's say his older stuff was from even longer ago. Now, I'm not going to say that pickup artist material is quality content. But what I am going to say is that he probably didn't know what he knows today about China, because what, he lived there for 10 years, he said. So, like, I feel like he living in China for 10 years versus, you know, living in, I think he's from South Africa, and I think now he lives in the States. So, like, there's this level of comparison that he can do. I don't know, I feel like, and it's not just him, it's his friend. So is his friend a shill too? Lowry. Is he a shill too? I mean, I know that people think they're shills. Lowry? Is it Lowry? I don't know, but I know.
And this is
okay,
fire.
So this guy also lived in China for approximately the same amount of time. And I just find the content to be very interesting. And it's not like I found this and I was like, oh, China bad. It's like it's like any other video I would watch about somebody bashing the Democratic Party. Like, look at what the Democratic Party is doing here, or look at what this government is doing here. Look at what the UK government is doing. So I don't see why people get so defensive when it comes to this. This guy just makes shit up and lies. The Chinese government is oppressive and overreaching, but that's basically what they cover. No? Like, to me, that's what they cover. Is like, I mean, okay, they do cover things like, you know, maybe restaurants are having to use spit oil for cooking or whatever, right? And like, you could say that's you know, not nice to say about the Chinese people. But they always, I feel like they always bring it back to the like, they always say, why do the people have to resort to, you know, certain things? And they always bring it back to because the government, because of the Chinese government. So to me, it's like when I watch Cinema Shogun talking about how FEMA, you know, skipped all of the Trump houses. Let me see. Was it this one?
Whoa, guys, I don't know how many of you all are still paying attention.
So this guy's saying, like, FEMA ignored Trump houses, right? So imagine everyone in the chat is like, no, this guy's just a shill. He's just a shill. He's just a shill. And it's like he's just trying to expose the corruption. I enjoy watching people that want to expose corruption. And sometimes those people themselves have a corrupt past. I don't know this guy's story. I don't know what kind of stuff he used to make. But I don't know. I like his videos today. It doesn't mean I like him. You know, and when... So, I don't know. Like, what do you guys think? It's just like weird. It's just like weirdly defensive people get with the Chinese content. Or okay, well, I mean I don't know. Anyways, This one-child policy, lol. Can I be honest here? Still remember this guy's old vids. He just deleted them all. He used to show us how easy to get a Chinese girl in China. I don't know. Because, like, that goes against what everyone's saying is that there aren't any Chinese girls in China motivated. But I'll take your word for it. But like I said, I mean, for example, Philip DeFranco, right? Philip DeFranco, he's a lefty. Everybody and people, you know, people love him. He's got morals. But he used to be very controversial, if I remember correctly. Like, he used to say some fudged up stuff on YouTube. But if you know, I don't know. Do you think people can change? What do you guys think? Or do you think it's all a grift? Actually, I wouldn't be surprised. But allegedly in game, all that. I think that guy's wife is a doctor. Who's a shill? We're all shills. We're all shilling for something at the end of the day, aren't we? So if that is the case, and commies by their very nature of government are oppressive and overreaching, this is why Russia, Hungary, all Eastern European, etc. abandoned this BS. Honestly curious? Wait, what are you curious about? I used to think the same. Communism is all bad, but since you visited the country, you could see what communism has done for local people. So in your opinion, if they keep communism, safety. Because you can't. Well, let's see what it says. Ah, fuck. So it looks like he started criticizing China while he was still living there. And that's a no-no in China. Which has a foundation. You know, yesterday I was, I think everyone, how many people are in here? 13 people? I hate how YouTube is like does. I hate how YouTube does this. Where? I can't find anything. Oh, here it is. History. Shit, man! Why? Ugh! Wrong spot. The search up there, when you go to your history, the search up there should be the search of your freaking history. Duh, stupid freaking YouTube. I hate that so much. Alright, I was watching this yesterday, and basically...
Pokemon Go is using your phone's camera to build a CIA-backed 3D map artificial intelligence engine. If that's not a load of buzzwords from the most ridiculous plot of the most ridiculous spy thriller movie ever, I don't know what is. If we saw that as the plot synopsis of a new Mission Impossible movie, every single nerd around the world would rightly say that's ridiculous. A 3D backed, a CIA-backed 3D map artificial intelligence engine. That sounds nuts. That sounds crazy. That sounds like a weird conspiracy theory fever dream. But it's actually a real thing, and it's really, really happening. And I kind of told everyone that it was...
So the WeChat is the foundation of the CCP surveillance system. It just reminded me of how apparently the CIA is using Pokemon Go to build a map and like you basically using your cameras, people's phone cameras.
16. And I'm not even joking on this. They are bragging about it. Niantic Labs, the company behind Pokemon Go, has released a new blog post on November 12th, just 1 week ago, bragging about how they are collecting
never seen this guy until you watch my stream. Hi,
millions and millions of photos from everyone playing it in order to create
society needs
this
whistleblowers.
3D
Agree.
AI system.
Society and it's sad because like they are they need to be protected.
That sounds like a dystopian nightmare. Just to give you a little background on this. Back in 2016, when Pokemon Go was really taking off, back in those early naive days of smartphoniness, I wrote an article talking about the connections between Pokemon Go, the NSA, and the CIA. And I pointed out to everybody that Pokemon Go really existed because of a direct investment by the CIA. Yes, the CIA. They have a venture capital firm called InQtel at the CIA. It's a venture firm.
Communism is bad
stuff,
guys.
Tech companies that would be
tell my
good
friends
for
who
the
work for Apple
CIA
that,
or the
every iPhone should come with a card from the child made the parts of what? Work for Apple that every iPhone should come with a card from the child. Oh no. Beijing, Shanghai, you know.
National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, or any of the various other three-letter acronym agencies in the United States. This is what this company does.
I'm gonna try and use my memory,
they invested in the company that would eventually become Niantic. And they saw some good results from that over the years. And I pointed out to everybody at the time the ridiculous amount of data that Pokemon Go has on people. And just to give you a slight list of the data that they...
I think like running a business is probably not much different than running a country, so yeah, I think you guys are in good hands.
Get from all of the players of Pokemon Go. I want to point this out. I'm just going to read this bullet list to you real quick because it's a massive amount of data.
I don't think he's the ultimate answer by any means, but
because you're holding the smartphone in front of you with the camera
right
pointed at your face and a camera pointed out.
Jamix,
with
thank you for the follow.
chip and an active internet connection off of various cell phones. With all that information, they know where you are when you're playing this, where you were, what route you took between those locations, when you were at each location, and therefore your travel speed, how long it took you to get between them, what you were looking at right now, what you were looking at in the past, and what you look
how close
like
Elon
during
got
that
and is
entire
currently
process.
into world politics.
Among
Is it
a
true?
ton of other bits of information.
Is it true that Trump is tired of Elon? So basically, guys, like, they're spying on you, like, even worse than we thought. Like, we thought they were listening. And I even thought they probably are watching us too, like, with our cameras and shit. But now, it's confirmed they're doing it through Pokemon Go. Which is insane.
Combine all of that together, and you can do some pretty amazing
whine about
things.
Billionaires doing things,
Now,
and I don't know.
Shortly after I
right?
published that article, I went.
Sorry, it's crazy how much influence he has. Wait, you dislike how close Elon got and is currently into world politics? It's kind of crazy how much influence he has. Yes. But I don't honestly, I don't know if it's just, I think that he has influence, yes. But X was the only place you could go and, you know, not have your content taken down because you're telling the truth. Which YouTube is, you know, has done a lot of. We all know YouTube does it. I'm sure Facebook has done it. And I think that because everyone was getting fed up with, like, nobody can speak their mind, so everyone was speaking it on X, and the people who are frustrated that they can't speak their mind are gonna vote for Trump, because Trump is all about speaking your mind. I mean, he says crazy stuff all the time. And because Trump won, I think it looks like Elon had a lot of influence, and yes, he did, but I think it's not just Elon, it's the fact that X was one of the more, like, kind of uncensored platforms. And that's just where the pendulum swung this time around, you know, because people are sick of the woke stuff. And to me, woke stuff includes censorship. Like, it's weird. It's weird, the stuff to censor, and then the stuff that's not censored. Like, okay, fine. People whine about billionaires. DJI drones do the same thing. They collect data from users globally, flight data. Yeah, but they can't get in your bathroom. Like this guy says.
Went on
you know, your phone, that's the
show.
thing, your phone can access your home, right? A drone can only map the outside of a home. A drone cannot map the inside of your home. It can try, it can look through your windows, but it's not going to see much because of reflection and stuff like that.
Multiple radio shows
or blinds
to talk about this exact topic. And I got laughed at. a lot because, oh my gosh.
Because it's a conspiracy, but guess what, guys? Conspiracies are turning out to be true.
Lunduke is a crazy conspiracy wacko. He's thinking they're gonna use Pokemon Go for some crazy, weird, totally unbelievable Mission Impossible plot, right? That was the criticism I got. So, but I'm like, no, guys, just think about this for a second. And people, oh, no. Lunduke, you're being a wacko again.
Elon is taking
well, then
down
the
content?
next year, after
taking
that
down
article
content?
came out in 2017,
What's he taking down? Tell me.
WikiLeaks published
You know what?
something
Just so y'all know, I am very wary of Elon, okay? Just so you guys know.
called Vault 7, which was a series of documents that was purported to be a large leak of CIA-related information. And it focused heavily on electronic surveillance issues, where projects, descriptions, code.
What's the point of that? If you're just like sending robots, it's like, what is even the point at that point? Like I don't know. So by the same paradigm, can you censor woke stuff on X? I thought it's all about community notes. Ukraine, Russia. So you have an open voice, but not insert idea set here. What do you mean? It's very true. Your X account was deleted? Why? You never used it. Could that be why? Though we have total drone dominance. You know, even if X is not a free speech platform, even if they do take down content, there's this idea that they don't, or that it's less censored than, like, say, YouTube or something. Even just, like, they're not gonna, I don't know. Especially because Elon was like, fuck you advertisers, remember? Though we have total drone dominance, the idea of stupid grenades dropped on your head from a drone operator 10 miles away would be hell. Yeah. If governments want to spy on you, they just send your cell service text, audio, video from a land-based tower to a satellite in space, because over 62 miles, it's international space and civil rights and international laws that apply. The movie Enemy of the State touched on the technology in the late 90s. It's just more advanced. Who's got more drones? Dyson has a robot vacuum and can make LiDAR scans on your home, and it can store the layout. I wouldn't be surprised if it does. You know what? I bet you any money those Dyson vacuums are... Actually, you know what? The robot vacuum, I'm not going to say. Because Dyson vacuums are garbage. Anyone else? Is anyone else with me on that? Like, you know, the handheld ones? I don't know about the vacuum ones, but the handheld ones are garbage. Anyone else? They're probably just made to spy on you, and that's why they're so garbage. It's either all okay or nothing is. X is way less censored, especially lopsided censoring. It's not even half as bad as it was. You can't have a balanced conversation with one side. Agree. Obviously, within the bounds of the law. No, literally just checked email too.
Names of hacking projects, all sorts of stuff. And here's the crazy thing about that leak that came out of the CIA. Almost a full third, roughly 30% of all of the code names for all of the projects in the CIA that dealt with hacking or electronic surveillance or using Android devices in weird, creepy ways, the code names were named after Pokemon. No, I'm just saying it's really strange that the CIA literally invested in a company that made a Pokemon game, and around half of their code names for electronic surveillance projects were all the names of Pokemon. It was weird.
One side
it's
is
weird.
dead wrong.
It's really weird, right?
That way, not required.
And I also want to point this out: the guy that was responsible for that investment that ultimately led
there's
to
not one side or the other.
Niantic
Everything's a
Labs
spectrum,
and Pokemon
right?
Go. There's a man named Gilman
It's not left or
Louie.
right. It's like political map, like political map, not map of Canada. Political like personal map, political compass map. Compass. It's like, it looks like this, right? So it's not just left or right. It's actually whatever these are. Well, I mean, oh, take the test. Let's take the test. It's not a survey. These aren't questions. They're propositions. All right. English. Every side is wrong sometimes. There you go. All sides might be wrong about a specific topic. That's true. Getting all Sith here. Wrong is a point of view, and therefore debate and discussion. Okay, if economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. Agree. Yeah. I'd always support my country, whether it was right or wrong. Disagree. No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. Disagree. I think you can be proud of where you come from. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Our race has many superior qualities compared with other races. What does that mean, our race? Who's our race? Anyway, strongly disagree. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I have no idea. Can I have a neutral? First of all, this test is whack. There's no neutral button. Like, neither agree nor disagree. Whack. Whack-ass test. It depends. Like, that's so nuanced. You know, it totally freaking depends on who the people are. But you know what? If this is me thinking politically, right? I'm thinking I'm thinking if I was the president. But on a personal level, I guess I would have to agree. No, wait. No, sorry. Disagree. The enemy of my... Yeah. Wait. I don't know. I'll disagree. They can be an acquaintance. How about that? I don't know. Like, I don't know. It depends. It really depends on the people. Like, I don't fucking know. What do you guys think? First female president? Good night, just some guy. Thank you so much for hanging out. Aw, no. When you worked for Amazon, you found out that AI data analytic centers in Europe were illegally accessing Alex searches and Ring camera security footage. Why am I not surprised? Amazon paid a $30 million fine, which is what they make in a few hours as a company. That's the problem. It's like they could just pay and, you know, if, like, are they gonna stop this from happening again? Are they gonna put in the resources to make sure that this doesn't ever happen again? Like, there's so many different arms Anyways, guys, just make sure that you tape up your cameras and stuff like that. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Okay, I don't know, guys. I don't know. What do you guys think about this question? I think there should be an in-between answer. I'm gonna disagree. I'm just gonna disagree because I'm gonna stay out of it. I don't want to say that anybody's my friend. I'm staying out of it. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. I am not equipped to answer this question. What do you guys think? Yay, Canada? So long as the fine is less than the profits, the criminal activity will continue. The fundamentals of progressive society is the ability to disagree. It is literally the scientific method. You have to be able to disagree. Just throwing this out there, can't believe how long it took you to eat that salad. I know. Hell yeah, the first female president. You must move something to all other contrary opinions in order to be right with measurable data. Now I finished it. The questions is too vague, agree. Depends on which enemy. It depends. Yeah, this test is like too vague, right? There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. Yeah, you could say that. Sorry, agree. I will agree with that. Next page! I'm not doing a bogus test for that long. Anyway, I'm probably... Let me see. What does this look like? I'm just gonna take a look at it and see. I don't know what half these words mean. I'm gonna say I'm dead smack in the center. Right there. Probably not, though. Probably not. I don't know. Somebody send me a real test. I want a real test. I don't trust Google's tests. Should I have kept going? Should I have just kept going? It's too late now. I closed it. Oh, it's too late now. I closed it. Anyway, I'm somewhere here. Oh, let's see. What is this? Okay, this is left, right. Authoritarian, libertarian. So, very interesting. Very interesting. I don't know.
He was the CEO of In-Q-Tel, that investment arm of the CIA. And for his work,
just think we used to team up with
investing in what became the Pokemon Go company.
I closed it.
Gilman Louis received several awards, including the CIA Agency SEAL Medallion. I think he got 2 of those. The Director's Award by the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency and a Director of National Intelligence Medallion.
Yeah. They were allies for a hot
the
minute
CIA
until they
was
fell
like,
out.
this is the best thing ever for us. The CIA was so psyched about what Niantic Labs and Pokemon Go was doing that they're just like, Mr. Gilman Louie, who was responsible for this, we're just going to give you this award and this medallion
Apathy
and this bronze whatever and this golden thing, and they just
Is apathy like not doing anything when you could have done something?
Showered him with crazy amounts of things, and then I went on
Good
on
morning,
TV shows to
C-Death.
talk about
How
it.
are you?
Now here we are.
Control Shift T. No, I did, but like it wasn't opening, probably because I hit the back button, and I have to go to a forward button on one of these. But like what I'm saying is I'm not gonna because I hit the back button. I think I probably lost my progress. And that's the thing. So
just a couple years later, it's 2024. I had to look at the calendar for that.
You could be to the right
so
of
8 years
Attila
after I published that original article, and Niantic Labs over at nianticlabs.com published an article entitled "Building a Large Geospatial Model to Achieve Spatial Intelligence."
Doing nothing is apathy. I
Quote,
see.
At Niantic, we are pioneering.
By the way, in case I didn't mention it, which I didn't, I haven't mentioned it in a few streams. I'm doing a little fundraiser for veterans this month, and the charity thing is like through Twitch, just in case anyone wanted to donate. And I'm planning to leave it going for the rest of the month.
The concept of a large geospatial model that will use large-scale machine learning to understand a scene and connect it to millions of other scenes globally. So
why did the UK? Why did they send UK missiles? Did they? What happened?
Spatial model, LGM, not large language model, LLM, right? You get the idea. It's AI, but for 3D spaces. Global 3D spaces. As part of Niantic's Visual Positioning System, VPS, we have trained more than 50 million neural networks with more than 150 trillion parameters, enabling operation in over 1 million locations. The large geospatial model, LGM, will enable computers not only to perceive and understand physical spaces, but also interact with them in new ways, forming a critical component of augmented reality glasses and fields beyond, including robotics, content creation, and autonomous systems.
Well, C-Death is talking about C-Death is talking about how things are escalating. Now, you could say that the US is escalating things, or that the UK is escalating. You could say that, or you could say that the US is just trying to stop Putin, which yes, but like, or I don't know, like in my opinion, like why, but like that's the problem, is that started World War III, I think is the problem. Gotta stand up to tyrants. Freedom isn't free. Sorry, I dropped this. So when is the World War III watch party stream? What snacks do we have to bring? Ketchup chips? That reminds me, I have ketchup chips. Cheesies. Are we officially in World War III, guys? I heard it's official. And see, that's the problem. It's like, well, if Trump can end the war, why the missiles? Why the missiles? We just gotta wait 2 more months. We just gotta wait 2 more months. You can't just hold off. And I'm talking about both sides. Like, just hold off. Just 2 more months. Good thing is World War III won't be long. Hopefully. You want the death of a certain person and his henchmen. Am I allowed to keep that? Am I allowed to keep that message on here? You know what? It's typoed, so I don't know. Does Ukraine have the right to invade North Korea and Iran now? What part of what I said was propaganda? Wait, what happened? NATO are the ones retaliating. Russia's made like 40 nuclear threats the last year. Yeah, and you listen to them and think NATO are escalating? I think that everyone's in the wrong. I know it's not what you guys want to hear, but can we just skip World War III and go to World War IV instead? No. If Mexico would take half the US, what kind of peace would you want? Better stock up on ketchup chips. Honey, a lot of things could happen in 2 months. I know. I know, that's the problem. You're Canadian, we have ketchup and all dressed chips. Yep. How is everyone in the wrong, man? If your neighbor invades your country, would you defend it? If your neighbor So wait, so the thing is, Ukraine isn't our country. Ukraine isn't our country. Why does the US have to get their business in everything, you know? Like, why do other, like, why is... I'm not trying to say that they're... I'm saying everyone is at fault, okay? But you have to look at the bigger picture as well. And what happened is, it's not just actually, wait. McCoy said something. I don't know if it's true or not. But basically, Brat, what I've heard is that Putin in 2014 was like, don't bring NATO into Ukraine or I'll attack Ukraine. Right? He gave a warning. And that's an a-hole thing to do. But knowing this, knowing that if you put your troops in a certain country, another country is going to attack that country, like, why would you risk it? Because that's what happened. They put the NATO troops in Ukraine, knowing that Russia would attack. So this is why I say both are in the wrong. Because, like, to me, that says that they wanted to start a war. So, I don't know. Thoughts? Everyone? Thoughts? You're a fan of Hunniebee? Some of you all are crazy. We're all a little crazy. Because of the sea, if you were Putin, you would see Finland as a bigger threat than Ukraine. But that's just you. It wasn't about Ukraine being a threat. It was about the U.S. bringing NATO too close to Russia. And Ukraine's not part of NATO, so Putin was like, don't put NATO in Ukraine because otherwise I will attack. So what does Joe Biden do? Allegedly. All allegedly in game, of course. Putin thought he'd win the SMO in 3 days. What is SMO? Ukraine war is a World War I stalemate. It's a human meat grinder. World War I, they used chemical weapons to try and end it. Today they are using ICBM with conventional warheads. So of course he didn't think Finland would dare join NATO. Okay, during your test you said, no, I just don't want to get involved. And then you have said, I just want it to end, but I don't want to be involved. What was the question exactly? How was the question stated exactly? Like, I mean, I don't want to be involved. I want, like, can't you want something to end but also not have to be involved in it? It's like, I want it to end because I don't want to be involved in this anymore. Like, all my tax money going to a war. That's, like, you know what I mean? I'd rather not be involved, but I'm forced to be involved. Hunniebee, US and UK are obligated to help Ukraine. The rest of the NATO aren't. Sorry, what? I understand that, but they still put NATO in Ukraine, right? We disarmed them. Disarmed who? So if Russia puts nukes on our doorstep, right in Mexico, we'd be okay with that. If the US said, hey Russia, if you put nukes in Mexico, we're gonna attack Mexico. And then Putin put missiles in Mexico, how would you feel if we then attacked Mexico? Like, I would not, it's not, like, either way you look at it, it's neither is good. To make a threat, like, if you move troops, we'll attack, that's not good. But then to move the troops knowing that the other person's gonna attack, that's not good. But then actually going through with the attack, that's not good. It's all not good. None of it is obviously good. I think we can all agree with that. Because Europe likes to switch responsibility to the US. UK, US, Russia, and Ukraine signed a deal. So apathy. I mean, is it apathy? I mean, is it apathy if I encouraged my viewer base to vote for Trump because I believe Trump would end war? Is that apathy? Because lots of politicians here believe it's cheaper to kill Russians by supporting Ukrainians. Most of them are Dems, I suppose. Hey, Chozo Brain. How you going? How is it doing? How you doing? Just taking big fat pong grips and enjoying the ride. Chazo's living the life. The concept is if USA fights by proxy, it depletes Russia, but that's bad. Russia invaded the Crimea and took it, and then he said that he invaded Ukraine. Russia keeps attacking his neighbor no matter what. We supported a coup in Ukraine and they overthrew the democratically elected government and installed a Western-friendly leader. Why would we do that? and then took the Crimea, which is part of Ukraine. Ever heard of Georgia? So sick of this appeasement shit. Who am I appeasing? You don't appease dictators. Are you talking about me? You think I'm trying to appease someone? I'm just a frustrated Canadian. No, the idea is we might fight Russia and they deplete fighting them, we're stronger. Russia is that abusive, drunken husband who beats his wife, neighbors, and then gaslights and lies to the rest of the neighborhood, blaming them for it. They made him beat them up. What? If their demands are stay the F away from us and you go near them, then it's an L. Ukraine is a free country. Putin got no say what it does. Obama did regime change in Ukraine. I mean, I agree with Brat. I agree with you. Like I said, it's all bad. I don't agree with any of it. But do I think that the Biden-Harris administration like wanted to start, like saw a way to start a war and went for it? I mean, I think it's possible. But I'm not accusing anyone of anything. Obama did regime change in Ukraine and removed a rightfully elected leader who was neutral for a pro-Western one. In Ukraine and removed a rightfully elected leader who was neutral for a pro-Western one. Really? And Finland is now part of NATO, a neighbor country. Especially military operation. When did that happen? I think that Putin thinks that Ukraine is supposed to be part of Russia for some reason. Is that true? Special military operation. Got it. Russia still doesn't call it a war. They are only at war with NATO, not Ukraine. Exactly, guess. NATO potato. Like, if you have 100 units, if I send 50 units killing 30 of your units, I'm winning. That's not how stuff works. The bad thing, I'm not sure which one you mean, but the bad thing about USA not being involved is that Europe would probably declare war on Russia. The bad thing about USA not being involved is that Europe would probably declare war on Russia. You think so? But I get backed up by 80 units. It's a shit show. It's bad. The whole thing is bad. Yeah. In February and March 2014, Russia invaded the Crimea Peninsula, part of Ukraine, and then annexed it. This took place in the relative power vacuum immediately following the Revolution of Dignity. It marked the beginning of the Russo-Ukrainian War. My leg hurts. Europe still has trauma from World War II, and what we are afraid of is that if Putin wins the war in Ukraine, he will then invade Poland, pretty much what happened during World War II. Appeasement did not help with Hitler. Would it help with Putin? Waza Strimmer. What? No, it's not. We're in America, Canada. Wait, me? I don't know, guys. I'm too delayed in the chat. I like calling Canadians American, and half of them yell at me because and tell you you're wrong. Yeah, Chazo, I agree with you because like sometimes I want to refer to people who live in North America, right? Or sometimes I want to refer to like Canadians and American, like USA, people from the USA. And I always thought like we could just say we're like technically we're American because we're in North America. And anyway, Chazo, I'm with you. No, I'm saying it's really hard to imagine we're in a place where we don't have enemies. Oh, it's hard to imagine it's hard to imagine that. To end this war, you'll have to starve it from both ends. No more money, no more weapons until China stops circumventing sanctions. Wars need money. Cut both ends, it stops. Where's Russia getting the money from? China? Someone said Yanukovych was neutral. Russian propaganda alert. Wee woo, wee woo. Sweden too. It used to be part of Russia. Ukraine used to be incorrect. The Russian Federation is not Russia. That's absolutely true. Both Russia and Ukraine were part of USSR. USSR is not Russia. Russian Empire, then USSR. Oh my god, it's the same place pretty much. I think it... does... Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Like, when the... It's like... when the government changes or whatever... Let's see what ChatGPT says. It looks like Ukraine has always been up for grabs, basically. Not up for grabs, that was a bad way of saying it. But what it says here is, before Ukraine became an independent state in 1991, following the collapse of the Soviet Union, its history was shaped by centuries of complex territorial shifts, empires, and governance. Here's a broad outline, and then there's a whole outline, but... There was Russian and Austro-Hungarian dominance from the 18th to 20th century. World War I, Civil War, Soviet Ukraine. Ukraine suffered during this period. There was a man-made famine in the 1930s. Oh, wow. Ukraine became the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, one of the founding members. Oh, wait. Ukraine became the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, one of the founding members of the USSR. One of the founding members. But during this period, Ukraine suffered devastating events such as the Holodomor, a man-made famine. Who caused Holodomor? Stalin. It was widely attributed to the policies and actions of Joseph Stalin and the Soviet government. Oh my god. Estimates suggest that 3 to 7 million Ukrainians died as a result. It's the same place. Like, you studied vocals. She was a global star. Her husband was a global violin star. Who are you talking about? She moved to your town when her neighbor was hit by a missile. Her name is Patricia? What do you mean? What do you mean, McCoy? So when he invaded, he pushed 2 more countries into NATO. Wait, so when he invaded, hold on. And the ancient Russian Empire started with the Kievan Rus, which they mentioned here. Sorry, I didn't mention that part. The Kievan Rus, Ukraine's origins trace back to Kievan Rus, a powerful medieval state centered in Kiev. It is often regarded as the cultural and political foundation of modern Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus. The Mongol invasion in the 13th century fragmented the region, ending Kievan Rus. It's like the dude who said Russia helped win World War II, and most people responded, USSR isn't Russia. The country is called Russia now. Yeah, that's true, Chazo. She is one of 4 people that can teach throat singing. Who is? It's a violent part of the world. People also forget a lot of the USSR military stockpiles were built in Ukraine. They were Ukrainian. And Scandinavia is right beside Russia. Spelling words. Funny makes this streamer Chazwaza. Wait, what do you mean Chazo? What do you mean Chazo? Look at the maps of NATO expansion. I want to see it. I want to see it. Oh, what? You're gonna have to send it to me because I don't know how I'm gonna find that specifically. Look. There's different levels to NATO, guys. It's not just join NATO and that's that. There's NATO members, individual partnership for peace. So Finland joined as a partnership for peace, but this was what, 2022. So I don't know if that changed. I don't know if they are an official member now. Ukraine, individual partnership. What does that mean? Individual partnership. North and South America, but all America. True, Vice. True. Thank you for correcting me. Aussies are Euro. As a Canadian, I identify with people down under. Wait, Aussies are Euro. As a Canadian, I identify. I don't get it. Americans are hit and miss. Aussies are Euro, meaning like UK Euro. Ukraine for Russia now is like Vietnam for USA, actually. Aussies are not Euro. Australia is a continent. Us Aussies are just the English on crack, okay? Russia cannot win this war. It will be a stalemate. Honey Bunny! Hi, Kanye. How are you? After the West cut off banking, goods, services, Russia uses its energy sales from the EU to buy what they need from China. Elon Musk is an African. He was born in South Africa. It's like, if you look at the history, yes. They lost a shit ton of their main battle tanks, navy, and some of their irreplaceable aerial command vehicles. Ukraine is rough. Don't Google it. Also, their towed artillery, munitions, and infrastructure. You'll lose. What do you mean, McCoy? Western democracy don't want that. What happened in World War II where it demolished the very fabric of the world everywhere, though we like to think it was only in Europe, and Russia is pushing further towards that breaking point, and saying some missiles by Biden is the thing that led to World War III is naive at best. Your yoga instructor is Ukrainian. She's very nice. That's nice. I need to start doing yoga. India also skirts sanctions by selling steel, chemicals, medications to China, which flow to Russia. Guys, don't fight in the chat. Let's all agree to disagree. Like, did you know post-World War II how many people died? How many, McCoy? All Putin had to do was set up import businesses in China. Yes, what Stalin did in Ukraine was crazy. Stalin was a nice guy. Yeah, okay. It's crazy. He wanted to give all the profits to the laborers. Profits of what? The USSR were really nice to Ukraine. Sarcasm? Excuse me. Yeah. Hello, Zitopa. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't understand. Zitopaz. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, nobody's better than anybody when it comes to this kind of stuff, honestly. Like, they all deserve to go somewhere that we all know about. Have you ever had Oroshka? So good for you. What is it? So obviously they owe allegiance to Russia. There's been many genocides worse than what Hitler did, though the people involved in those genocides aren't important enough to Westerners. I think I know what you're talking about, Chozo. I don't know if it's not that it's not important. It's that they're still going on, right? And who's to say they won't be important as a history lesson, which is like unfortunate to say that, because like let's say when the Holocaust was happening, maybe people knew there was a war, but maybe they didn't know how bad it was, or I don't know, like I'm just speaking. But also the fact that it happened in a like quote unquote like first world or like Western kind of civilization, there's more maybe like news coverage on it. I don't know. But you're right, Chazo, you're right. Topaz, I'm so sorry again. Oh, okay, so that was a message for Night Killer. Stalin was worse than Hitler. They're all bad. They're all bad. You know what? They're all terrible. After Obama, and you wish you didn't know after that uprising how many people were killed per year. Didn't know that. Night Killer, you speak. Are you translating? I would translate, but then I'm gonna be even more delayed in the chat, and I'm just trying to catch up. NATO literally declared war. What am I eating? I was eating a salad, and I'm eating edamame. And I had a chocolate bar and a tea. Rip Haven, how's it going? Hi everyone, got some time at work and thought you'd stop by. Thank you so much for stopping by, Rip. NATO tornado. Spinach and edamame. Rabbit food. There was some lettuce in there too. You guys missed it when I was eating the potato skins. More rabbit. That sounds like more rabbit food. When Reagan brought down the wall, NATO would not expand. I suppose you have to eat rabbit food to keep a good figure. Not necessarily. Like, what about, like, those crazy mukbangers? They eat all kinds of stuff and somehow... Except, I guess, like, except for Nick Ocado. But I'm talking about, like the girl, like, most... I feel like most mukbang girls are, like, somehow thin. You love her enthusiasm when she says hi. Who, me? By the time Germany invaded Russia, Stalin already killed 9 million of his own people. But Stalin killed 20 million of his own people the day he died. What the hell? How? What? That was the deal. Reagan brought down the wall. NATO and the West would not engage in nation building. NATO and the West would not. Okay. Bedge? What's Bedge? First country to lose in AWACS. What is AWACS? I thought the wall was 1991. Isn't that Clinton? Stalin was a bad communist. He had a thing for Rolls-Royce cars. He bought them from the UK. They are on display in the Kremlin. Wow. The wall fell in 89. 89, and then what happened in... And then Ukraine became Ukraine became an independent state in 1991. So that's what happened in 1991. The wall came down in 89. Cool. Disagree unless you mean in early history. I'm not sure if you mean me. I'm too delayed. Reagan was president in 1989, then Bush, the father of George W. Bush. You don't speak Russian, lol. Are you talking about the Holocaust Accords? The point was it was terrible. I love saying honey being tired. They're all bad. They're all bad. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Motivated. That's sweet of you. The Allies ignored the press from inside Germany. The Allies ignored the press from inside Germany and Poland until Polish prisoners of war escaped and reported what was going on in the camps. You see? Politics? Hello, Notorious Shagner. Yep, we're talking politics. Like the Munich Agreement, politics is always a fun conversation for you. Nice. Yeah, when people talking politics, I was like, let them fight, grabs popcorn. Hahaha, nice. Or actually, politics is always a dirty game. Yeah, that's true. Soviet state fell in the late 80s, I think. Russia has no history of democracy. Or 91. Russia has no history of democracy. They will always need a strong leader from the Tsars to the USSR. Now Putin and whoever replaced him. I don't think they'll always... Well, everyone needs a strong leader, but, like... I think what you mean... Like... I think that eventually they can have democracy. Maybe we won't see it in our lifetime. I don't know. I have no idea. But I think it's possible for... I think eventually anything is possible. Boris Yeltsin became president. They did. I think Boris fell as president. He was an alcoholic. Ma'am, it's Notorious Hagner, not Shagner. I'm so sorry. That's so funny. Notorious Hagner, I'm so sorry. I like Notorious Shagner better. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Imagine naming your kid Boris. The Russians also let the Polish resistance fight the Germans. They stopped their advice to save themselves trouble. Boris was just a reformed communist. Putin was one of the KGB best spy master. World War II, 1944 to 45. The problem, no matter what the power, corrupts damn near all political leaders. Yep, agree with you, Haven. I agree with you. Russia biggest exports in the 2000s was energy, weapons, and females. It's messy. That border was messy. Thank you, Janex. OT. Followage. 4 years, 25 days. Notorious. Did your name change, or did I, like... Did you change your name at some point? Or did I just, did... No! No! I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I'm dyslexic. Are you being ableist? Absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's B after dark. Yup, 'tis true. You said it. America didn't have a space program in 1965 and was on the moon in 1969. Suspicious. Russian females are stunning. They are beautiful. Nah, you be you. Oh. How are you, Shagner? How are... I mean... I mean, how are you, Hagner? Please forgive me. Can that just be your name now? Like your nickname? That's gonna have to be your nickname. How are you doing? Thank you, Project Paperclip. Project Paperclip. Why does that sound familiar? We see what's on her mind. Russian ladies are beautiful. Shagner, I'm so sorry. Blah, lol, you can call me that. No, I'll call you Notorious. Notorious. Alright, guys, I think I need to go to sleep. No, I got one more video in me. Let me just find a good one. By the way, guys, stop playing Pokemon Go because the CIA is...
As we move from phones to wearable technology
the CIA
to the real
is
world,
making
spatial
a 3D
intelligence
map
will become the world's
using
future
your
operating
phone.
system.
It's taking photos. If you're in the toilet, if you're in the bathroom and your partner's on the toilet and you're catching a Pokemon, yeah, they're taking photos of that.
Yeah, the large
He's gonna say it.
geospatial
He's
models
gonna say it at some point.
world in a way that will seem equally bragging about the evil plan. Buildings are laid. Image from a photo to determine what can you do with centimeter taken from different perspectives and at various times of day, at many times during the years, and with positioning information attached, creating a highly detailed understanding of the world. This data is unique because it is taken from a pedestrian perspective and includes places inaccessible to cars. So people walking around with their cell phone held in front of them, pointed out, looking at things, and constantly sending pictures, GPS data, speed data, time of day, all of it, telemetry information back to Niantic at all times. This is what I've been telling people. This is exactly what they're doing.
Have some of your germs
And
before I go to
use
sleep.
that data that they're gaining
I don't
from
want a
you. And
disease.
so many people are like, no. There are really
I've got
good
the
privacy
Shagner.
controls on smartphones. And
You guys,
there's
I
no way,
caught
no
Shagner
how
disease.
that Niantic is bypassing these
Sorry.
security controls on smartphones. Are you kidding me here? Are you friggin' kidding me, people? They're bragging about it now. Now here's the thing. Here's a heat map
Sorry,
of all
guys,
the
my nose
places
is,
where they have massive
running a
amounts
little
of data about you. Today, quote, we have 10 million scanned locations around the world, and over 1 million of those are activated and available for use with our VPS service. We receive about 1 million fresh scans each week, each containing hundreds of discrete images. So when you're walking around, they don't just take one little picture.
It's how NASA got
They
to the
take
moon.
hundreds of pictures as you're scanning all over the place of you, of the people you're around, of the people inside your house, of the people inside your business, of the people at the park, wherever you're at. You're in the bathroom scanning, you're playing Pokemon Go, it's getting scanned. That's right. If you're in the bathroom playing Pokemon Go, it's getting scanned. Wherever you're at, it's getting scanned. Quote, as part of the VPS, we build classical 3D vision maps using structure from motion techniques, but also a new type of neural map for each place.
This is why you have a separate
These
bathroom for
neural
your
models,
wife.
based
Girlfriend,
on our
lover,
research
side
papers, and a
chick,
link to the research papers on ACE and ACE Zero,
And I
do
will never
not
get why
represent
people
locations
bring
using
their phones to the
classical
bathroom,
3D
nasty
data
freaks.
structures anymore, but encodes them implicitly
Good for
in
me.
the
You hate
learnable
taking pictures.
parameters
I'd
of a
love to
neural
buy a
network.
smartphone with a
These
camera.
networks can swiftly compress
Do they even make
thousands of
those?
mapping images into a lean neural representation.
Gentlemen,
Given
if
a
CIA
new query
wants to
image,
do that,
they offer
can
precise
do that
precision,
with their agents like normal
precise
dude and map
positioning
everything with their
for that location.
Yeah, but that's not enough because then they would only get maps of the agents' homes and not, people's homes. They want as much access to your personal information as possible.
With centimeter level accuracy.
With centimeter level.
Holy heavens!
Centimeter?
Look, I am flabbergasted that they're so outwardly admitting it at this point. They are spying on everyone who's playing the game and everyone who comes within visual range.
Wait a minute.
Of anyone who plays the game. Have you ever been around someone in a park,
That's
in a
why it was
restaurant,
funny.
anywhere where someone was playing Pokemon Go?
It's not.
You are now
It's Hagner
in
anyways.
Niantic's
they have their
giant database of
also,
surveillance,
I think anyone would be
which was backed by the CIA, and which the CIA gave several awards to the guy who sits on Niantic's board, Gillen Louis, who originally invested in that company.
Night Killer, it's true.
And they did so because
the more power, like the CIA already has so much power. Now they need even more access. They need even more data.
They thought this is going to be useful.
It's everywhere, like corporations, right? Monopolies, all this shit.
And boy, were
government, politics.
They right. Now think to yourself, what?
Even in relationships, some people, like Diddy, for example, it was never enough, right? He needed more. Like he had to have freak-offs. It was like nothing was enough.
Possible use could a spy agency have for a constantly updated with millions and millions of new updates every week searchable AI map of the world of pedestrian locations where people can walk? Now think about this for a second. Where are places that cars can't go? Inside your house. Oh, so the CIA now has a map of inside your house and where the things are at inside your house,
they gotta kill
and where
themselves. There's no reason
usually
to
are
gather
at
personal
inside your
information. That
house,
is 100%
and what you were
a
doing
hoax.
usually when you were in those locations inside your house, and what everyone else in.
The problem is, even if there is no good reason to do it, if they can, they will, because they don't actually care about you, unfortunately.
Your house is doing, and at what times, days you did.
They care about, You know what? I'm not gonna say that. I don't know anything about the CIA, but
and how fast
they don't care about you enough to keep your personal stuff personal.
Move between the rooms.
I don't know.
There's a ton of data in here, an absolute metric ton of data.
There's data, guys.
So
There's
much
data.
data that it would make Dr. Evil blush and say, this is a bit too far.
B-roll
Don't you think this
name
is
her
a
next
bit too
boat.
much of an invasion of
The
privacy?
HSM
There is
Shag at
not a
Sea.
single Bond villain that wouldn't go,
So
whoa,
we are
hold
brothers.
on, Haas. That's
I don't know, Janice.
this is way too far. I mean,
why, though?
lasers on
Most of us
sharks
are
is
not
one
some
thing.
important people.
Blowing up the moon.
It's about having a map of the world, basically. It's not necessarily about like spying on you, what you're doing, although other companies definitely do that. But this sounds like they don't just want a map of the world. It's not enough to have like satellite map, right? They want a 3D map from the perspective of a human, and they want that map to include the interior of buildings. And my guess is, like, let's say they need to find somebody on a terror list or something, right? And let's say they get a hint that so-and-so is hiding at, this location. Well, now they have a map because somebody a few years ago played Pokemon Go and found a freaking Charmander or something in the building. Now they have a map of this building, and, they can better plan their strategy to get the guy, whatever. I don't know. Like, that's...
that's cool and exciting, but this is crazy evil. Now, I'm not going to
deny. You can only have so much normal sex. Vice, I know, right?
Technology behind this is both impressive and...
I mean, I disagree with that, but...
neat.
Well, here's the thing. If it's... Okay, you know what? I'm not even going to touch that subject.
And this are potentially a large variety of very practical uses for this sort of system. Not going to deny that either. Absolutely. However, I guarantee you...
Scottish and Icelandic.
Think about this. Is the CIA interested in those uses that you think are totally practical and harmless for all of this data and these giant AI systems that are spying on you constantly? Is that why the CIA invested in it and gave people lots and lots of awards for creating it?
They got awards for creating this technology?
If you believe that, I have a bridge in the middle of the Atlantic that I'd like to sell you.
They didn't?
Oh my word.
Okay. Anyways, you guys get the point. Delete your Pokemon Go. He made the V2 rocket V1. He was sent to the US to help build rockets, missiles, and NASA. Wow. Oh, that's how he got away from, like, being punished. Pushing boundaries of human knowledge, I think, is an innate human weakness. Interesting. A huge boon. That is what someone who works for the CIA would say. I don't know anything about that. But a bad thing to access. CIA could call this CIA Operation for Pokemon Run. And who knows, maybe they have. Okay, let me ask you only one thing. Give me one reason to have your personal information. You aren't enemy of the state. Because the number one reason to take someone's information is to sell that information. That's the number one reason you want to take somebody's information, is you're going to sell that information to whoever wants it. And people want your information. Even if you're a nobody, they want your information, because this is how identity theft happens and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's a market for your data. So you got to be careful with the things you install. Everybody delete Temu and Pokemon Go. And we'll see what else. Probably get rid of your cell phone altogether. If you are, then they can collect your I myself allow them to scan me and I directly give my personal information, but spending all the resources on your civilian personal information? No, ma'am. Spending... It doesn't... I don't think it takes a lot to make... I think it doesn't take a lot to make, like, people's phones do the work for you instead of, like, sending out people to, like, go scan everything, and then not to mention they're getting access to, you know, the inside of buildings and structures and stuff. I mean, there is no purpose for them to spy on you. It's not about spying on us. It's not so much about them spying on you as it is about having the data. It's about having the data. You know, either to use it one day, to sell, to whatever. Data is extremely valuable. Even if you're a nobody, your data is very valuable and you should care. Hunniebee caught us all in her trap. What do you mean? They have tons of problems to take care of. And now they have an easier way to take care of those problems because everything is mapped. All over the world. I don't know. So you just caught a Charmander? No way. If I have access, I only focus on current problem. And why on the world I have to go for your personal information? There's no reason and use. Ask scammers who don't live in a first world country what they can do with your data. Checkmate, Hunniebee. Checkmate. Yep, B is now a Canadian Fed. Damn, she is right. I am CIA. She knew. She will get on her undercover moose and arrest us all. Pokemon Go. Pokemon's so awesome. You worship Snorlax? Sell to whom? Google and Apple is already doing that. Well, that's why I think with the CIA thing, I think it's different. I don't think it's necessarily for selling. I think they just want the data because, like I said, if they're trying to catch somebody and they know, like they already know what the inside of a building looks like because they have it mapped from like 4 years ago because somebody again caught a Charmander or something. Like, I don't know. Let's see. Are there any links? The CIA and NSA and Pokemon Go. Let's see. Okay, so this is his blog. So that's not necessarily a source. We're building a large geospatial model. Let's see. Oh shit. There it is. So they're creating this 3D environment with just with photos. I mean, that's just more info. Well, you know, do your own research, guys, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is true. The CIA is looking at them funny Tinder photos people post. You agree with Hunniebee? I don't like having my personal info randomly taken by a secret agent. Yeah, market for the data. Google is already doing that with your own permission. I know. So, but even without your permission, even when you're like trying to turn off all of the things and somehow they all turn themselves on, like Google Photos, like I'm constantly disabling Google Photos and it's like constantly connecting itself. This is, I don't know. Just be aware, okay, guys? Just be aware. Information is power. Google has your data and Apple does. They selling these to local markets like ad companies. Ah, yeah, that's true. The ad companies, that's the one. That's the one who wants our data the most because they want to sell us stuff. This conversation reminds me of social credit we were talking about. Scammers in first world countries sold by Google and Apple, not by government. I love your emotes, Notorious. Google and Apple and Microsoft all have given the NSA, CIA, DOJ root access to their data. So yeah, that nude you sent out, they already saw it. I told you, I got you, fam. Collecting your data for no reason B, there's no point. I keep telling you they want a map. I keep telling you they want a map of the world, including the inside of places that they can't get to, like your house. And it's not that they want your house. I really want Notorious's house map. It's not that. It's that, well, we can. We can get Notorious's house map because Notorious is playing Pokemon Go. And we can easily just, you know, use the photos. And it's not about, again, it's not about like they want to spy on you. It's about just having the map. It's just about having the map. And most Pokemon Go users are kids, which makes it even worse. Yeah. Government only collects enemy of the state data. You fully support the government. Really? Why? You fully support? Don't you think that they, like, have they all, like, do you really think they have the people's best interest? Best interests in mind? Don't mind me. I mean, I didn't do anything shady. Why should I be scared? It's not about, again, it's not about shadiness. I have nothing to hide either. But it's like, well, but like, I believe that if they can do this, then they will. Because why not? At some point, they're going to do this. At some point, evolutionary, right? At some point, it's going to happen. Something like this is bound to happen because it can happen and because, like, you know what I mean? Like, at some point, it's going to happen. And if it's now, I guess it's now. But, I don't know. The government need people. They want people to be secured. They want people to be scared. Notorious. They want people to be scared. So you evolved Charmander, you caught. So you're good now. It's a Charmeleon. They don't want any map. They already have a map. They have a thingy called drones. Yeah, but they want a map of the inside. Very small, like size of B? They can send those and have those mapped. Checkmate again. So they're gonna send a bee to every house. How are they gonna get it inside? They have to make sure that the bee, and how, and what about people, like, what if the people kill the bee, flush it down the toilet? They catch it and kill it. It's so much easier to do it this way than to, like, send little drone bees into people's houses. Checkmate. Checkmate on you. Government need people. They want people to be scared. For that, they spy. For that, you support. Why do you support? Don't you think you should be a free thinker and think for yourself and be a healthy skeptic? Be a healthy skeptic. I'm not saying that this is 100% true. But what I am saying is I wouldn't be surprised if it is true. Apple claims they do not unlock devices for law enforcement, which is semi-true, but a company in Israel called Celebrate, which found a way to crack into BioLock devices. So any Apple product in a national security issue is sent to Israel to be unlocked. Wow. Interior mapping is what they claim the Pokemon app is doing. That toilet bowl is well documented, and I imagine so many are now. And the map you are talking about, they have drones size of a bee. They can track and they can inside your house. I highly doubt they would send bees when they can just do this so much easier. Instead of sending a bee with a camera and then the bee has to go zzz. Okay, maybe it's a 360 bee. Sure. Okay, so let's send a 360 bee. And then what happens when the owner smashes the bee? Or like what if they can't get into the house? Also, like, they have to make bees when people already own phones and, like, you know, it's just code. They just have to create an app instead of, like, physically, like, making little drone bees. This is way more efficient. This is so much more efficient. Come on. Don't you think your government, your precious, precious government would be way more efficient than little drone bees? Where's my baby? Hello. They can track and they can inside your house and have those with windows, chimney, and everything, which is funny because no sound bees without any sounds. Checkmate. You think they won't make any sounds either? That's so inefficient. That is so inefficient when you can just make an app. Why are we talking about bees? Humans deserve privacy. Yeah, we do, but that doesn't mean that people in power care about your privacy. It's a sad truth, but we have to wake up and understand that, like, not everyone has the best of intentions, okay? There's people out there who don't have, usually if they're the, you know, in the government or, you know, anyone in power, their intentions are about keeping themselves in power, not rising you up as a civilian. They don't care about that. It's all about them keeping the power. Alright guys, I need to BRB. So B is not going to have any smart home devices. She's using a typewriter for all her secure communications. I don't have any smart home devices except for TVs. But I don't have any cameras. I don't have any, like, Alexa or Google Home thingies. Honestly, I can't be bothered with those kinds of things. Why are we talking about bees? Don't imagine creepy thingies. Most importantly, stop listening to Hunniebee. She is a hoax creator. Yeah, guys. Don't listen to me. I'm not a hoax creator, but don't listen to me. I did say that, I did say do your own research, like, you know, anything I say, you should all do your own research. You shouldn't take anything. I can preach to you all day, but at the end of the day, none of you should take what I say as fact, and you should do your own research always. And that's just, you know, obviously you can't always do all the research about everything, and you know, like, but my floating lips. My cat is a CIA agent. We vote our leaders and they are our government. Smile, smile, smile. So you guys voted in a Hitler dictator? According to many news outlets in the States. What do you have to say about that? What are your thoughts on the election? It doesn't take much to track, listen, and spy on you, though through your phone. They don't need mysterious bees. Literally every app somewhere probably says, like, somewhere in there somewhere it's like, allow us to, you know, use your microphone, your camera, blah blah blah, your location. They love it. They love that location. Even though you're just playing a game, you're just playing some game, and they want that location. They just gotta have that location. Like, go F yourself. What? Doesn't take much to track, listen, and spy on you through your phone. Oh, sorry, I already read that. Does your cat sleep next to me? Sometimes. No, but it is scary to think about what CIA can do. Yup. They installed an AI chip in your adamantium replacement. They are just waiting to flip the switch. Oh my god. You just gave me anxiety. Now, I don't know what an adamantium replacement is, but you just gave me anxiety, guess, because I have an implant, and who's to say they didn't? Okay, now that's getting into conspiracy. Okay, reports to CIA. Sir, mission accomplished. I destroyed Hunniebee reputation and made her think that she is wrong, sir. Notorious. You're so cute. Humans can be mean-spirited, so that is why I'm like, can we trust the CIA? I don't think so. I think we can trust them. Like, I think in general we can trust them to protect, right? Or do whatever it is they're supposed to do. But like, would they do something like this? I think so too. I think they would, because like, I mean, the guy said it himself. There was a document. I don't know. Let's see. Like, where did, like, if it would be nice if he linked that document. Like, if he linked that document and that document, like, came from, like, an act, like, the government or whatever, then okay. But we don't have all the time in the world to go chasing after documents like that, alright? So, I'm just gonna use my best judgment. I'm gonna say that they're probably doing it. You guys do your own research, and like I said, don't take anything I say as fact. You know what I mean? I know what you mean. What people don't realize is we give away our right to privacy with everything we buy and use. That's true. That's very true, Haven. Read the small print. Yes. Most of us do not read the small print. All I can think with this music is BioShock. maybe a way to interpret the way society is now. Speaking of, how's Zuckerberg's bunker coming along? Any updates? Did you guys hear about his Zuckerberg's bunker? You know what Zuckerberg looks like? Like, do you know what he looks like in this photo? I don't know why it's giving it's just like, I don't know why it's giving some kind of like character. Do you guys think he's a lizard person? Should I do my list of lizard who I think are lizard people? All right, so I should go to sleep is what I should do. I mean, you guys can't see the photo. Maybe if I do this. No! What a powerful imaginary world, huh? CIA spying on its own citizen to collect their personal information and always watching you. Wow. It's not wonderful. Most of society's people are drones and numb to what's going on around them. Yeah. Notorious, you don't even want to hear me talk about chemtrails. Honeybee walks on road, thinks everyone is spying on her. I don't think anyone's spying on me. You have to look deeper. You have to look deeper than that. It's not about spying on you. It's about having the data. It's just about having the data. I mean, you said it yourself. They would use a bee. So, which one is it? Is it ridiculous that they would spy, or would they use a bee to spy? Which one is it, Notorious? You're kind of contradicting yourself. Most of society's people are... Oh, I already read that. But they do, I think. I think Honeybee has a good point. Thank you, Janix. Honeybee walks on a road, thinks everyone... I think healthy skepticism is important, but within bounds of reason. Of course. Why in the world CIA wants a map of inside of your home? Because what if you're housing a criminal in your home? And what if somebody gives you a tip like, hey, in the basement, behind the, you know, behind the locked door. Uh-oh, what am I seeing? Fairlight, how are you? Otherwise, we are in 1984 and newspeak is how we communicate. They don't need to map your homes. No, they don't. Why would they bother with that? It's not about bothering. It's that it's that they can very efficiently do so because everyone has a phone, right? Everyone has a phone. I don't know. Like, if you're the CIA, don't you want to, like, what exactly is the CIA? It's about security? It's about security? So if they have the map of the inside of everyone's home, to them, like, this is what like they would probably tout. It's secure. It's good for you. It's good for you that we have the map of your home. Like, they want data. Data is very valuable. Imagine having the data. Imagine having the data of inside of people's homes, and not just people's homes, inside of workplaces, right? Inside of wherever the Google Maps van can't go. Why wouldn't they want that? Like, why wouldn't they want that? If you're like supposed to, what does CIA stand for anyway? Stop. All the data is public record. I think it has to be because it's AI, but I don't know. I don't know if it's public or not, but no. They're not gonna like allow people to just see everyone's inside of the homes. No. They're gonna keep that to themselves. Okay. CIA, hello? Central Intelligence Agency. So, imagine you are the intelligence agency of the United States. And you have an idea to make a Pokemon Go app, because that's what the guy said. Like, listen, I'm just reiterating what the guy said. The guy said that it was the CIA's idea to create this app so that they could do this. And it's probably not even necessarily about having the data of American citizens' homes, but they have data from everywhere around the world. That's like ultimate spying. That's like the ultimate spy weapon. Isn't that, as a CIA, isn't that like, don't you want that capability? Don't you want to be able, I mean, it's wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's wrong. But you're an intelligence agency for the US. You have an opportunity to do something like this, and you're just gonna say no? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Otherwise, we are in 1984 news. Peak is how we communicate. They don't need to map your homes. It's not our homes. They have homes they have all over the world. All over the world they have. So if we're in war right now, and they have, maybe, how do you know Putin didn't download Pokemon Go? How do you know this wasn't just a ruse to get Putin to download Pokemon Go? And now we can see where he is in the inside of his home. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Everyone has kids, right? Not everyone, but a lot of people have kids. And Pokemon is very popular. I love a good conspiracy theory, guys. So, just so you know, just so you guys know. No, they don't. Why would they bother with that? It's like I said, it's not about bothering. It's about, like, AI is doing all the work. AI is doing all the work. So what do you mean they don't have to bother? So imagine they don't have to bother with it and they get all the info. Because guess what? Info means information. And what are they? Central intelligence agency. And what is intelligence? Information. Basically. The right information. They have the floor plans already. There is no reason, if you are enemy of the state, like terrorists or something, of course they want to know map inside your home. Like I said, it's like all around the world's homes, and not just homes, workplaces, anywhere where there's Wi-Fi. You can go to local city hall and get floor plans of your house. Law systems are there if they do that. Law gonna screw their life? Why would government want to do that? Notorious, are you serious? Are you serious? FBI, I made this with 3.4 inch instead of ½ inch. What do you mean? But FBI, I made this with I made this with 3/4 of an inch instead of ½ inch. I'd like to know where you heard that. Are you asking me? Are you asking me? Where I heard that? Are you talking about the Pokemon Go thing? We were just watching it. I'm gonna put the video in the chat.
Pokemon Go.
But I mean, he goes through a whole document and all this stuff. So I don't know. Let's see what the comments say. So the bans for changing your geolocation on rooted devices wasn't because it was unfair, but because it was poisoning data. So the bans for changing your geolocation on rooted devices wasn't because it was unfair, but because it was poisoning data. I don't know. My rule of thumb is, if I can't think of how a thing might be used for evil, then it's probably being used for evil. If I can. Okay, look, listen. This guy's rule of thumb. If I can think of how a thing might be used for evil, then it's probably being used for evil. Based? Like, low-key, probably. It's unfortunate, but we have to wake up to the reality that it's probably true. Again, don't listen to anything I say. Do your own research. But I'm just speaking out loud, okay? I'm speaking out loud and you guys are here with me. What Betty White music is this? Remember what you said is over in 1945? We are in an informative world now. Stop watching too much Hollywood's. It's not Hollywood's. Wait, Hollywood. Oh, you're talking to Gen X? People are evil though. Like, Gen X is not wrong. Like, don't you remember Snowden? I know Snowden became a movie, but we're not talking about that. Snowden, the actual guy who basically told the American people that, you know, your information is not, it's not private, and, like, you know, an FBI agent or whatever, whoever he was working for, can see stuff like your webcam or whatever. So remember all that? What you're talking about sounds like is to charge a person for a crime before they commit it. I mean, here's the thing, guys. What you guys don't understand is that agencies like the Central Intelligence Agency, they do stuff like this all the time. They create programs just to have in case they need for any future thing. It's not like they're actively, you know, sitting there and watching you, you know, catch a Charmander on the toilet. That's not what it is. It's mapping, it's creating a 3D, it's, first of all, it's AI, okay? So AI is creating a 3D map of the world, including the inside of people's homes, using the camera, right? When you're catching a Pokemon, it's like snapping pictures, and the AI is taking those pictures and it's creating a map of the world, including the inside of structures, with whatever has where Wi-Fi reaches, right? And now it's, again, it's not about they're actively using it right now to catch a criminal who, whatever, like before they commit it. It's not even, I mean, maybe if it's I think it's just to have, right? I think, see, it says here they're building it. This is something that they're building, right? It's not like it's a finished tool and they're using it like to catch people doing anything. This is it's a map that they're building, and they do stuff like this. They build, you know, they create programs that they create. I'm sure they create so many programs or whatever maps that they never even use, and it's just to have, just in case, because that's their job. Hold on, am I lost in the chat? Am I lost in the chat? I'm lost in the chat. Remember what you said? German artists did that from 1938 to 1945, but dude is dead. Don't be scared of everything. Precog is against the Articles of Allegiance. What? Okay, that frog is awesome. Very cute. I like the mushroom one with the hug. All of them. Why are you petting a frog? They are as green as Shrek. Do frogs like being pet? Don't they? Tiny frog. Tiny frog. Oh man, YouTube search is getting worse and worse and worse. Tiny frog. Oh my god, why would you do that? Why are they, I say tiny frog and they give me these ginormous...
Inside this jar is the cutest frog in the world.
It's so cute!
He has a see-through tummy and looks like a cross between a gummy bear and Kermit the Frog.
It's so cute, but does it like to be pet is what I want to know.
Upgrading his home. Glass frogs are so transparent that you can see their hearts, livers and stomachs right through their skin. When they're on green leaves, their bodies are almost impossible to see.
I'm so cute.
Almost see-through offers advantages by allowing these frogs to be highly camouflaged and reproduce more effectively in their specific habitats. Now this is where it gets a little strange. During the day when they sleep, they hide most of their red blood cells in
so
their livers,
flat,
which makes them more transparent and harder for predators to detect.
Wow, isn't nature incredible?
Of their heartbeats to further avoid detection. Cloud lives in this new vivarium with 2 other glass frogs.
But does he like to be pet though?
Inside this jar is the cutest frog in the...
Oh, a tiny lizard. Anyways. Guys, I have to go to sleep. Oh my god, I have to go to sleep. It's 6 in the morning. Just so y'all know, it's 6 in the morning for me, and the sun is gonna start coming out, and I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this to myself. Can't judge people before the crime is committed. And I ain't spy. What are you getting at then? Hold on, what did you say? What did you say? So, are you getting at stopping the person before? No. Notorious is saying that the CIA is not actually doing anything. Like, it's saying that it's not doing that. Not doing the map, the 3D map. Even though I think they would. You always thought that Shrek was a frog? Really? When you were little? Are you just throwing stuff out there? Saving people's life. For that, anything is good. Honestly, this is getting dangerously close to profiling. Uh-oh, what are we doing? What are we profiling? The lizard people? Are we profiling? Okay, so Mark Zuckerberg. This is all in good. Look at wait. Could be lizard person. Who else? Who else is a lizard person? No, I have to go to sleep, guys. We'll do lizard person another day. We will do who I think who are lizard peoples another day. Speaking of lizards.
This is my pet morning gecko Wonton. 6 weeks ago she laid this egg and I want to create the baby at home ready for when it hatches. It's been my dream to turn an old iMac into a terrarium. This egg is around 30 days from hatching. This is the perfect opportunity to do so. But I completely underestimated how difficult this would be. Old iMacs are full of dangerous methods.
Alright, work by myself to defeat, I'm gathering information here. People should worry about themselves being a good person, and that would fix a lot of things. Rip Haven, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. People should worry about themselves being a good person, and that would fix a lot of things. Yes. Rip Haven, 100% agree. But even like, it's hard to be good. Even when you think you're a good person, like, I don't know. But you know what? There's some like real nasty people out there. But anyways, to worry about everyone else is self-defeating. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah, saving people's lives is the most important. Agree. But you got your point, Rip Haven. Wouldn't that be a wonderful world? Ignore anything I said before that. Sounds good, Night Killer. Being a good person doesn't mean much if you don't share a common morality. Now we're just opening it back up. I don't think I'd trust the CIA to do that. Lots of people who are on trial for murder say they're not my people. Oh my god, I'm so delayed in the chat. Oh my god, I'm so delayed. I'm sorry, guys. Preach. Someone know before they did that, and everyone is surprised that they could murder someone. Yes, they are, because they are crazy. CIA is to protect the government, not us. CIA is to protect the government, not us. Interesting. So you never know who the murderers are. They seem normal to us sometimes, and that's scary. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, probably closest to the ones to protect the people. We're paving. No. Call CIA. No, don't report me. I'm just. Listen. This is all for entertainment purposes only. Do not take what I say as fact. Okay, don't do that. I'm not trying to say that I know everything. If I believe something to be true and I share my opinion, that doesn't mean I think you should believe me too. Even though we can debate, we can have debates in the chat. But we can also agree to disagree. Notorious. I didn't do nothing wrong. It's there to protect the country and us. We elect government to take care of us. This is not... We have to elect government. We have no choice to elect government. What choice do we have? I mean, we could not vote, but like... How are you going to get everyone to not vote? And then what happens at that point? They're going to vote for themselves. So whichever party has more people voting, and then the rest of the people don't vote, and then they're still in power anyway. Guys, I gotta sleep. I seriously gotta sleep. Everyone stop talking. Everyone stop talking so I can get to the finish line and we can go home. And by home, I mean my bed, okay? No, our beds. I'm going to my bed. You go to your bed. Let's go to bed. This is not conspiracy. This is fact. They actually introduced drugs to finance untraceable currency to facilitate operations in Afghanistan, overthrowing the government of Argentina, and were partially responsible for the opioid epidemic in the 1980s. This is the CIA. I wouldn't be surprised. No, we don't elect a representative to represent us, not take care of us. Yeah, we take care of us as the police and the doctors and the firefighters, and I'm just playing with you. I mean, you call me Shagger, and you've been having your revenge on me the whole time, Shagner. But you know what? It's been fun, I'll be honest. Yes, we are going to get Canadian money and sniff it for a Mythbuster level greatness. The next time I have cash, I will sniff it for you guys, okay? But do your research and then make up your own mind. That wasn't sarcastic, by the way. I mean, here's what it is for me. It's like, usually I might be witnessing or experiencing something that will make me think a certain way, and then I'll seek... I might not even actively seek out more information on that. Like, maybe it'll be recommended to me, right? And then maybe I'll click it. And maybe it'll resonate with me. Maybe it won't, right? Because at the end of the day, our experiences and stuff, like, make us biased, I think. So so when people come on here and say, oh, kitty break. It's all wet. He's all wet. When I'm watching a video, so the other day I was watching a chemtrail video, and damn it, YouTube is gonna flag this for climate. See, that's so annoying. But anyway, I was watching basically they're admitting that they spray the skies, right? That's the video I'm watching. And it's so the people came into the chat saying like, oh, you're watching that and then you're believing it, blah 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 blah. And it's like, no, I'm witnessing with my own eyeballs like a lot of spraying, and this spray doesn't go away and it becomes clouds, and I've been witnessing this for like the past 2 summers. And so when I recommended a video that says they admit it, they're spraying the skies, I'm gonna watch it. And lo and behold, you know, it just it's like confirmation bias basically, right? It's like that video confirmed my bias basically. But it's not like that video made me believe in chemtrail. No. And they're called stratospheric aerosol injections, by the way. If you want the real actual name. And so yes, they have a name. We are going to get getting money into your research. True for that good. We don't need ChatGPT. That's all you know, honey. I wonder which country is it. I'd love to visit if we had total global peace. That is such a good question. Motivated. Sorry, not motedly. Motivated. The Y is screwing me up. Motivated. That's a really good question. Milo, can you take a nap? You haven't taken a nap in a while. You hungry? You hungry? What is it? Sorry guys, one sec. What were we talking about? I'm so tired. You guys have to stop talking. I'm gonna put it on extremely slow mode. So sorry. I'm so sorry to do this to you guys, but it has to be done because I have to sleep. It's 6:30 in the morning. Okay, motivated. I have to get back to you. But yeah, I have to get back to you. But that's a really good question. I feel like it's a question I want to pin. Actually, should I pin this message? How do I pin it for like infinite amount of time? Okay, manually unpinned or until end of stream. All right, which is dumb because I'm ending the stream right now, but I wanted it for the next stream. According to the left, but they sure are holding the door open for him if he is what they say they are. Why the timing? Oh, what? The red carpet. Oh, I don't know who you're talking about, Rip. Well, now Trump is there. You people elected him. Dictator is another story. It is not relevant to USA. I mean, Kim Jong-un is not ruling USA now. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that message, actually. Well, who made that party win? I think Trump, it was a good pick. And I'm saying that as a Canadian. I'm in Canada, by the way, so I don't know. So, like, you know. Everything is alleged end in game. It will make you run faster, jump higher. It's the stuff they use in Wolverine. What? What are you talking about? Hi, Fairlight. I'm so sorry that I didn't see your message sooner. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm trying to get through all the messages. Oh my god, my apologies. I think he looks like Napoleon Dynamite. Oh my god, I'm so delayed in the chat. I'm so delayed. My apologies. Okay, I have to I'm just gonna read. Reports to CIA that Hunniebee found that Zuckerberg is Lizard Man and making his cult in his bunker for Lizardian. Fairlight. Oh my god, I'm so delayed in the chat. We don't have the technology to make a drone the size of a bee. I wouldn't be surprised if we did, but I don't think that it's just not efficient versus using people's cell phones. If they want to see in your home, they will use a satellite. In a satellite with X-ray vision. You're gonna be our bee. Okay. Notorious. That's so cute. You're fine. You're fine, Fairlight. Oh, Fairlight. I'm so sorry. I'm so delayed in the chat. Just think what data TikTok garners. Yeah, that's yeah. Goes to the CCP. I don't know if it goes to the CCP. I don't know for sure about that. But I also wouldn't be surprised. Only because the creator says what he's from Singapore, so but isn't it a Chinese app? I don't know. Milo. This just, oh jeez, okay. Oh, Fairlight. Clip it. Who clip? What did we clip? What are we clipping? Yo, let's go. Okay, where are we, guys? Holy cow. Well, oh, you guys, there's too much chat. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, shut up, Milo. You're part of why I'm so delayed in this chat. Shh. Okay, let me try and get through this. Oh my god, I'm only at Central Intelligence Agency now. It was your phone is tracked all the time. Yeah, pattern uses. They don't need an app to track your phone. It's not about tracking your phone. It's about creating a 3D map of the world, including the interior of homes, buildings, etc. Milo. Which is different than tracking phone. They don't care about tracking you. They care about building the map. It's about building the map. It's not about tracking you. It's not about your phone. It's not about your home necessarily. It's about creating the map. That's the mission. That is the prime directive. Create the map. Doesn't matter who, where, when, what. Okay? Make the map. That's the job. Anyways, guys, I have to... Putin uses GPS blocker. I have no kids you know of. Fairlight, very cool. That's why I worry about AI picture. Shh. 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 You need to be okay with just chilling and not having it your way all the time. I spoiled him. I spoiled him. Say main purpose is to protect the country from foreign adversaries. The FBI main purpose is police the public. Okay, B will move to the middle of the Canadian Rockies and live off-grid when Skynet takes over. I wish I was an off-grid type of person, to be honest. I wish I was. Ad for Canada's best male underwear. Sus ad. It's a CIA plant. What? Huh? I hate when people treat women as sex objects. They are sex people. It's hey Pratik, hey. It's so easy to change your geolocation on your phone. So didn't Pokemon Go ban you from being able to change your geolocation? Did Pokemon Go ban geolocation change? Yep, they banned geolocation change. Why? Because it would ruin the data. It would poison the data. In your face. Sorry, I don't know. Guys, this is what happens when I... Edamame! Hold on. What the... Newspeak is, as described by George Orwell, a way of limiting the human vocabulary to not having the actual words to describe things deemed poisonous or banned from society. Yearly, it diminishes the amount of words in the dictionary, so you can't functionally have a word for rebellion. A fascinating concept, the inability to describe a concept because the words no longer exist in your language. Where's this? Oh, George Orwell. Is this something that happens in his books? Has it happened in real life? Is there an example? AI is worse compared to the CIA. AI can consume petabytes of data and it doesn't need human input to do it. Yeah. Hunniebee, don't listen to conspiracy theorists and stop listening to all those people. Drink water and exercise and relieve your mind from all these thingies and support your local community. You got this. Aw, Notorious, you're sweet. Thank you. Listen, I'm gonna drink water. I'm gonna exercise. And I'm gonna talk about politics. No, I'm just kidding. I'm at least gonna talk about Canadian politics when the elections start to come about. Snowden did that because government did that to spy on enemy of the state. Hey, Womp Pasta, what's good? What's good? I'm so sorry that I'm super delayed in the chat. I'm so sorry, guys. But she has a good point, though. It's a Charmeleon now, not a Charmander. Sorry. Charmeleon. Charmeleon? Am I saying that right? Shh. 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 Take a nap. Shh. Shh. What point? Show me the proof. I already forgot what I'm trying to prove to you, Notorious. I already forgot what I'm trying to prove. CIA could do those things. It's definitely possible, like, you know. And if it's possible, why wouldn't it? Shh. Shh. Waiting for her to catch up with the chat. Minority Report was in the 2100s. I don't know. I don't know if I watched Minority Report. They just mapped your toilet. Fairlight. See, Fairlight knows. Well, nice one, Hagner. I mean, come on. They only do that to enemies of the state. Hi. Can you please just take a nap for a sec? I'm just trying to catch up. Just trying to catch up. The twist in the Will Smith movies that he beats the white guy. I don't remember the end. As much as people use social media, they don't need to spy on you. People put it there for everyone to see. Again, it's about building a map. It's about building a 3D map of the whole world, including inside and outside. What's good? What's good, East Coast? What's good, West Coast? I need to sleep, guys. It's 6:30 in the morning. Good night, Janix. Good night. Disappears into the darkness. Good night, Fairlight. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Shh. Give me a minute. Hunniebee, don't listen to conspiracy. Oh wait, I already read that, right? Yes, I already read that. Canada for life. Oh wow, went straight for the Zuck shot. Hi, my baby. Oh, he is a handful. A while she went. She thinks she's 20 minutes behind. Don't touch another person's eggs for FFs. What do you mean, Wampus? I mean, true, yeah, but like, I don't get the context. Great streamer, please do it again. Thank you, Wampus. Thank you so much. Watch the movie They Live This Weekend. You'll enjoy it. They Live This Weekend. I need to put it on my list. Hold on. Where's my list? What's it called? They Live This Weekend? Let me guess, it's just They Live, isn't it? And you meant watch it this weekend? They live. Okay. Highlighted message, Honeybee. Don't listen to conspiracy theorists and stop listening to all those people. Drink water and exercise and relieve your mind from all these things and support your local community. You got this. Have a nice night. Thank you so much, Notorious. I appreciate it. Ma'am, those are scientists, not government. Those are not chemtrails. Those are just normal. No. No. In the 90s, that was the case. Maybe that was the case. But nowadays, it's like 10x more. And the trail doesn't disappear. It becomes a big-ass cloud that covers the stars, that covers the moon, that covers everything. I have lots of video and pictures from the past 2 summers. I'm going to create a Google Doc, a Google Drive. I'm going to make a video. I'm going to show all my evidence. What are you doing up there? Get down. Get down. But let's, Notorious, we can have a nice little disagreement about chemtrails tomorrow. How does that sound? Dang, I have been talking a lot, I guess. I'm so sorry, guys. We want you to finish. B, go to sleep, Punches. B to sleep. I'm going soon. Shout out to was it Night Killer? The best girl. Oh, wait, do you want to shout out for me or shout out for you, Night Killer? Shout out for Night Killer. I don't need a shout out. This is my channel. Milo. Woof. Shout out to Night Killer. I don't know if you have any. Okay. Get off the laptop. No. Get off. Get off. Did you hear him? Tattoo lover. Hello, hello. I'm so sorry. I'm so delayed in the chat. Guys, go check out Night Killer. I don't know if they have it. I don't think. Do you stream Night Killer? Oh, Keys, I'm off to sleep. This is taking so long. Like, good night, Notorious. All right, I'm off to bed. Good night, Killer. Good night. I don't know if I'd brag about that. So one of the few millennials in Connecticut who don't work, you get $943 from the state each month since you don't like loud places and schedules. Interesting. Wait. Fairlight, I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum. It's called pollution. Yes, there's pollution, but then there's also this fake ass shit. And you know what? They are trying to block the sun. Like, it's fact. It's already fact. The evidence is out there. It's all out there, okay? They're trying to block the sun because of climate change. Are you gonna deny climate change, Notorious? Are you gonna deny climate change? Are you a climate change denier? No shaggy sleep. Oh, Keys, I'm asleep, sleeves. Good night. Good night, Notorious. Good night. Thank you so much for the fun chatting. I have fun. Yippee, you're still up. All right, guys. I made it. And McCoy, you're back. You're back, and I'm still up. I've been like trying to catch up in the chat this whole time. Disappears into the North Pole and party with Santa and his elves. Nobody. Fairlight. I walk a lonely road. Good night, Fairlight, and thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I'm finally going to sleep. What I wanted to do was do a raid. Nobody go anywhere because we're gonna have to do a raid, okay? Even though it's already so late, but don't go anywhere. Let's just pick a random IRL streamer. Random chatting streamer. This person has 1,000 views though. He doesn't need 14 more. Can I get views low to high? Why isn't views low to high? I hate the freaking previewer. Like when I click X, I want you to X. I don't want the video to keep going. Milo. Milo. He's going crazy. My cat is going crazy. He's going stir crazy. Or does somebody have anyone that I should raid? You left hours ago. Good night from Canada. Good night, McCoy. I know. So loud. All right, let's see. It's Chaos Bella. All right, let's raid this person. All right, we're gonna raid. It's Chaos Bella. Australian, ADHD, loud, English, chaos, gremlin, cat. Perfect. Sounds lovely. All right, guys, we are gonna raid. It's Chaos Bella. She seems nice. I'm not sure. I'm trying to do this quickly because I have to go to sleep, but she seems very nice. Hashtag nice. Hashtag nice. I mean, not hashtag. I put / nice instead of / raid. I'm one of those. Like, I'm the type of person that will type in something that I'm hearing or reading, or if I'm writing something and somebody's saying something, I'll start writing what they're saying instead of what I mean to write. Anyway, that hashtag makes her nice. Talk to you later, Tattoo. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm sorry that I'm ending my stream already, but yeah, it's I've been live for how long now? Milo, stop it. Shh. Oh my goodness. I've been live for 7 hours! 7 hours! Holy cow. Well, guys, thank you again so much for hanging out with me. I will see you tomorrow. And thank you for the follows. Thank you for It Factor Scott. Thank you so much for the resub. And I will see you guys tomorrow.